These voices from across America tell a story about the impact people are facing as a result of supporting MAGA. This is a compilation of videos we created on this channel this year from people that regret voting for Donald Trump. Frustration is boiling over, and economic promises are unraveling. Sit back and listen carefully to these first-hand accounts. This is MAGA's shocking economic reality in America today.
Why, oh why do poor white people vote against themselves time and time again? They vote for Trump and the other MAGA politicians only to have every promise broken, prices go up, social supports evaporate. Here's why.
I think the hardest part about all of this is that middle-aged, I didn't think I could get fooled again by politicians, not after W, which I voted for. I voted for peace and independent parties every election since then. And I'm still processing the fact that I've part of the demographic that ushered this into power. Now we're sending our kids to die in war again. Over nukes. Not weapons of mass destruction. That was never going to work. It's full-blown, maybe potentially nukes this time. I hate myself.
This country is a mess, and I don't know what to do.
Did you support raising wages?
No.
Did you support unions?
No.
Make corporations pay what they owe?
Nah.
Billionaires pay what they owe?
Nah.
Bipartisan border deal?
Trump said nah.
Universal background checks?
NRA said nah.
Cap insulin costs?
Big Pharma said nah.
Did you fight climate change?
It's a hoax.
Did you protect reproductive freedom?
Took it away.
Access to inclusive books?
Took it away.
Coverage for pre-existing conditions?
Trying to take it away.
Did you at least make it easier to vote?
No.
Yeah. What's there to do?
Shut down the government.
Imagine being a die-hard Trump supporter, hanging on every word from Fox News, only to wake up one day and realize it was all a giant lie. That's the reality many Trump voters are facing right now. They put their trust in Donald Trump, and now they're paying the price. The truth is, they chose not to seek real information or educate themselves. Instead, they cast their votes out of blind loyalty, bias, and even racism, lured by empty promises of prosperity and the illusion of belonging to a movement. But voting isn't supposed to be a cult membership or a team sport. At its core, voting should never be about party lines or skin color. It should be about who is truly best for the job. Sadly, far too many people have the privilege to vote, but never take the time to understand who or what they're voting for. And this, right here, is the consequence.
Hold on, what did you just say about Trump?
I said, liar. Inflation's going up. Gas prices hasn't really come down that much. Eggs? That's the funny one. The eggs. I'm mad. And I'm a MAGA man. Okay? I don't see anything he's done.
So is it safe to say that the illusion has faded?
I think it has, yes. You know, I was for him because, you know, everything he said, you know, he played right into my hands. He just told us everything we wanted to hear. That's what he did. I can't even stand to look at him because, you know, he's just he's a con. You know, they all the right side, they say, oh yeah, the Biden side was so bad. Well, what's so good about the right side? He brags about doing something with our economy, but I haven't seen anything happen yet. That big beautiful bill is going to add, they say $2.5 trillion. It's going to add about $4 trillion to the debt. The big beautiful bill. Oh, what a joke.
Vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Justicia! Yanet Correa screams injustice after her husband was placed on an expedited deportation order after showing up to his immigration check-in in Miami. The detentions are not only creating panic and fear, but Correa's immigration attorney.
Buenas noches.
Don't let him die in a cell. Please don't let his final memories be of those of pain and isolation. The American flag stands for compassion, kindness, liberty, and justice for all. We're all human, and today I'm asking for one human act of compassion to please let my dad come home.
Oh my God!
Freaking disappointment, man. What a disappointment this is, where you just believed that a freaking politician was actually trustworthy, that whenever he said he would stay out of these wars and bring world peace, that America would be America first, not Israel first.
Yeah, it's true. Ask about it. Ask.
I give everyone permission to call me an idiot if Trump drags us into a war, because that is the single reason why I voted for him, besides RFK Jr. Because I really thought that this man would keep us out of war, more so than Kamala and Walz would have. I really thought that he was about peace like he said that he was. But as of his Twitter, as of the things that have been being said, as of him attacking Tucker Carlson, which I respect so much, by the way, things are not looking so great.
I owe you guys a big apology. I voted for Trump. I made a huge mistake, and I hope you guys have it in your heart to forgive me that I voted for that man. And I had a lot of hopes for that man, but the hopes are gone.
This is the first time I'm admitting this. I made a mistake in November, and I feel sick. I hear you. I can see you. You can have a conversation with me. I'm embarrassed, and I regret my vote. I'm truly sorry that I allowed the wool to be pulled over my eyes versus seeing reality, and I fully admit I got completely caught up in MAGA. I've been a Republican my entire life, but I cannot stand the insanity that has ensued since he got sworn in. What he has said about Gaza and Ukraine, it's heartbreaking. Him bowing to Elon and Putin. I've lost sleep. I have immense regret. I hear and understand your words. I get it now. Is it okay for me to speak? That's right. It's totally normal. My husband adopted a 13-year-old African American when he was in his early 20s. It was before we were married.
I voted for Trump and I regretted my vote. No, you don't. You got exactly what you deserve.
That I am clearly no longer friends with. And her mom started an argument with me in my Facebook comment section the day after Trump got elected back then, telling me, imagine how they felt when Obama was elected. And I said, oh, no, baby. And then I clocked her teeth. And let me just tell you guys, young Phoebe didn't play, because why was my first sentence, first of all, why are you 40 arguing with a 16-year-old? And second of all, while we're here, let me present to you all of the ways in which I know more than you. I say this all to say, I opened my phone today and she has sent me an apology 10 years later. And it wasn't quite clear if she was apologizing for the lack of morality or for the fact that she was 40 arguing with a 16-year-old back then. But I politely let her know that maybe reconciliation isn't the best idea right now, because if she thought I was nasty back then, she really shouldn't try talking to me about politics in 2025. Is it happening? Are they seeing the consequences of their actions?
The reason I don't much even give a crap about the whole regretful Trump nonsense is because not one of them is regretful because of something that happened to somebody not immediately connected to them. They only care now that it touches them or someone that they can reach out and touch. They have no empathy for anybody outside of that, and their brains are too simple-minded to comprehend anything outside of something that they can touch. They only give a shit because it now hurts them. So they can go to hell.
I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, and I know I'm probably going to get some unfollows, but I regret my vote 110%. What is going on with this country right now actually makes me sick. SNAP defunded, Medicaid ripped away. My children just lost their Medicaid. My 6 babies, 2 of them on the spectrum, 1 of them with severe asthma, just got caught. And it's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better. What I've been seeing and what I've been hearing for these past few weeks, I've been trying to just ignore it, and I've been trying to say that it's, it's just that side, fear-mongering again. But it's happening. It's happening. I'm absolutely terrified, and you should absolutely be terrified. And we all should be regretting who we voted for.
I'm having a crisis. You mean crisis. What's wrong? Everybody's saying, I didn't vote for war, I just wanted lower prices. Even my buddies are saying it. Hell, I'm even saying it. What the hell is going on? You just wanted lower prices? That's it? That's all you thought you were signing up for? You thought electing Donald Jessica Trump was some kind of grocery store coupon? I mean, yeah, kinda. I thought, no, you didn't think. That's the problem. You didn't think at all. You didn't listen to anyone who told you exactly what was going to happen. The people you call your friends, your family, who you trust. You ignored every warning, every red flag, and every fact that contradicted your little MAGA daydream. Jeez. Well, it's not like I wanted war. Oh, you didn't want war? Gee, if only there had been people, like an entire group of people, screaming at the top of their lungs that electing a guy who loves dictators, surrounds himself with warmongers, and treats foreign policy like truth or dare was a bad idea. But I mean, No, don't start the stuttering routine now. Y'all laughed. Y'all dismissed us. You called us radical, hysterical, crazy leftists. And now everything we predicted is coming true, and you make excuses and whine, this isn't what I voted for, like we're gonna just have a shoulder for you to cry on. Damn, man. That's kinda cold. No, what's cold is knowing that millions of innocent people are about to suffer because you and your buddies were too goddamn lazy to do any research beyond your clan meetings on X.
So, I admit, I regret my vote for Donald Trump. I regret it because I needed these changes sooner. I needed the prices to go down sooner so that I didn't drain out my bank accounts and go into crippling credit card debt, so that when I had an emergency, I had money set aside. So when my son's glasses break, I could actually get him new ones. I can't do any of that right now. My car broke down, and so I'm in a friend's car just to work, to continue living paycheck to paycheck. I knew it was going to be hard, and that it wasn't going to come fast. I just wish that things would work out better. I really regret that everything is taking so long, because there's so much pushback, because I don't even know the reasons anymore. I don't understand why good things have to be trampled on. I don't know why good people have to be trampled on. I don't want a lot. I just want to be comfortable. I just want to not live paycheck to paycheck. I just want to be able to live and work. I work 7 days a week to not even make ends meet sometimes, and I'm My car broke down and I have a few $1,000s worth of repairs to do on it. My son's glasses broke and I can't even take him to the eye doctor. I just want to get past the hard part. I want to get to the part where it's not just crippling. I know he's working on it. I know that it's gonna get better and that it wouldn't have been any better with anybody else. I just really needed things to start working again. They're still not. I mean, I owe more in taxes this year, which is just more debt that I can't pay. And I have to pay. It's just another $100 or so a month that I can't afford. So no, I guess I really don't regret voting for Donald Trump. I just regret that his changes didn't come sooner. I just need relief. I need the good things to start coming. I know it's coming. I just need it sooner rather than later right now.
All these people were glued to Fox News for years. That's the punchline of the Trump era. His supporters got played, and now they're the ones suffering for it. They didn't want facts. They didn't want truth. They wanted bias, rage, and a promise that their guy would magically fix everything. Again, too many people stroll into the ballot box without a clue who or what they're voting for. And guess what? This mess, this chaos, that's the price of ignorance in America.
Give me back. You see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. Yeah. I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
I voted for Trump and wish I voted for Kamala. Reason being is that Kamala said that Trump would surrender Ukraine, and at the time I thought she was stupid, I thought she was playing it up, and now I realize that she's correct. I believe we need to be supporting Ukraine.
Are you thankful Trump has secured our own border?
I don't think immigration's that big of an issue.
What's funny to me is now y'all want an 86-47. Where was that energy in November? Because we should have never had the 86-47 because it should have never been there.
Do not have compassion for MAGA regrets. That means the people who regret voting for Trump, when they come online here and they tell you they regret their vote and they need help because they've been damaged by Trump already, farmers are a good example. Biden gave them subsidies. Trump has already taken some of those away, and it's damaging farmers. So now they're coming on here, and they're asking you for compassion. And a lot of you think, oh, you know what? Thank you. It's about time. Welcome to our side. Don't do it. Don't do it. These people are sociopaths, and there's no changing them. And all they're doing is regretting their vote because something that served their needs was taken away. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about you. They don't care about your troubles and your issues. And the bottom line is they're not going to vote for Trump or his cohorts moving forward because they are damaging them. Trump is damaging these people. But do not be fooled by them, and do not have compassion for them when they tell you they regret their vote and that they want to join forces with us. And we don't need them. We don't need them, and don't do it. Don't be tricked.
I'll defend your values. They don't say, I'll make your life better. Well, they say it, they just don't mean it. They'll say, I'll make sure they don't get ahead of you. Fourth, they vote for the punishment, not the policy. When a law gets passed that slashes public housing or school funding or food aid, they think, good, that'll stop those lazy freeloaders. And they do some mental gymnastics that make them believe it's worth losing those things for their own families in order to see those problematic Black people and immigrants and so forth being punished. It gets to a point where just seeing those guys being punished is reward enough, which is pretty sick, but that's how behavior works. Their housing, schools, and groceries are on the chopping block too, but they blame that on Biden. Always a scapegoat. They get hit by the same policies they were told would punish the others, and they blame the wrong people. The system fails them, but they've been trained to blame the scapegoats, not the cause, which is the rich people, the people they voted for. So they think the problem is still those people, not the fact that they were personally manipulated by the people they voted for. They're basically saying, I'll take the hit as long as you don't help them, or worse, as long as you hurt them. That is the psychological wage Du Bois was talking about, the trade-off between material security for racial status. And that's a crying shame, folks. One share, like, save, and comment shows that you care about white people taking responsibility for racism in America. This work is important to me, and I want to keep doing it. If you want to support me, consider a donation of any size to coffee.com/Kelly Snyder. And yeah, spelling is important.
In the end, if you vote with blind loyalty instead of clear judgment, don't be shocked when the truth comes back to bite, and it bites hard.
Hate to break it to you all, but I'm not in a cult, and I know how to call out my president when I don't like what he does. I really don't appreciate what he said about Rob Reiner. I thought it was atrocious. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Do not insinuate that Trump's derangement syndrome is what killed him. That is disgusting. That is not at all what happened. And that's not how I would phrase it whatsoever. Do not bring up his career and say he did shitty movies. Like, this is stupid.
Today, we examine a growing backlash among Trump MAGA voters following controversial remarks made by President Donald Trump linked to reports surrounding the shocking situation with Rob Reiner and his wife. For some longtime supporters, the comments crossed a line. Listen closely as you hear firsthand stories from voters who say this moment left them shocked, disturbed, and questioning their support.
This morning, new condemnation from both sides of the aisle of President Trump's response to a Hollywood tragedy.
I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all.
After the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle, the president posting on social media yesterday morning before any suspect or arrest was announced. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome. Los Angeles authorities later revealing that they had taken Nick Reiner, the couple's son, into custody.
How about if Trump just said something like, and by the way, I know all the shit that Rob Reiner had said and all the things he said, okay? I get it. I voted for Trump, by the way, so just let me preface it by saying that. Trump should have said this. That was a very unfortunate tragedy, what happened to Rob Reiner. That's it. Can he ever do himself a favor and shut up? Jesus.
Trump, I love you so much, and you are doing every single thing that I voted for, and I still think you are so awesome. But your response to the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife by their son, that just wasn't it. I'm sorry, I found that to be very distasteful. And here's the thing. 3 months ago, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, the left said the most horrible things. I mean, they went so low. And you still have celebrities like Amanda Seyfried who are saying, oh, well, I don't care what I said. I stand by that. I stand by those statements. You know what? Fine. Let them be the lowlives, but at least take the high road. And there was an opportunity to do that with Rob Reiner. I know that Rob Reiner bashed Trump every opportunity he could. And listen, when someone has a huge platform like that and they're continuously bashing someone, obviously there are consequences. There were 2 attempts on Trump's life and Charlie Kirk was murdered. You think that people just come up with that because they don't have any influence? No, of course, people are easily influenced. Again, that does not excuse the behavior and acting the same way that they would.
All right, here's my take on the whole Trump post about Rob Reiner. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is messed up by every sense of the term. I've been supporting Trump since the very beginning, and seeing something like this behind him is kind of like, damn, dude. I mean, we just got done at the better half of 3 months dealing with people making fun of and celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. And now we have our leader, our commander-in-chief, doing the same thing with someone on the opposing side. We as a society cannot get to a point of normalizing this, and I'm sure as hell not going to be a part of normalizing.
I'm pretty upset over President Trump and this whole Rob Reiner situation. You know, I think that President Trump could have done better. I think that he could have really took the time to think about what he was saying, and I think that he could have chose better words. You know, President Trump, number one, is the president, and so you should expect the utmost, sincerity when it comes to how he speaks and communicates with people. And so yeah, it got me thinking, if you had someone who wished death on you all the time, who wished that you were unalive, who used you as a punchline all the time, who degraded your family, degraded your job, degraded your career, called you a whole bunch of slanderous words, if you had someone who spent all of their time basically wishing that you would fail, if you had someone like that, how would you treat them when they passed away? And that's why I say, President Trump, you could have done better.
Okay, guys, I love America and I love Republicans. I am a Republican and I voted for Trump. I think he's been doing a great job. However, I do not agree at all with what Trump tweeted in regards to the horrific murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. I'm going to let you see the snippet here of exactly what he said. I think at the end of the day, human beings are human beings, and I think this is being very hypocritical, especially as people would say the things they said about Charlie Kirk when he was assassinated, and now we have this. I'm not in a cult, never have been, always will stand up for what I believe in, no matter if it's politics or what the case may be. And like I said, I believe in a majority of things that Trump believes in and support that. And that is why that I voted for him. But I'll also say when he's wrong. And this, I think he's wrong.
Shoot it with yours truly, Stephen A. Smith, coming at you, as I love to do straight shooter with Stephen A. Got a few things that I wanted to get off my chest before I finish out my day. And obviously we're going to start with the president because certain things are just disgusting. And we're going to maintain a level of consistency here because if you remember a few months ago when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, when he was gunned down while speaking in Utah a few months ago in broad daylight, so many people were in an uproar because you had people who were supporters of his and then you had others who were not, and they didn't want any sympathy thrown in his direction whatsoever. I said, to hell with that. I don't care. I didn't know anything that he has had to say. I never researched it, never looked into it. I did not care. What I cared about was that a human being was gunned down in broad daylight.
And look, Rob Reiner was, he was, let's say this, he was not a fan of President Trump. He was not a fan of Steve Bannon. He was not a fan of MAGA in the direction that we are taking the country and want to continue to take the country. That being said, this was nobody deserves your own child, $4 million bond right now on bail, $4 million, his son, troubled son, homeless, drugs.
All right, everybody. Good morning. I gotta say something, and it's with a heavy heart that I'm coming out against Donald Trump. because I am a Trump fan. But what he did after the Rob Reiner murder, Rob Reiner and his wife, killed by their son, it appears, is absolutely disgusting. What you said. You're no better than the people that came after and said all the shit about Charlie Kirk. And you were all over those people. But you just did the same thing. And you made stuff up when you said what you said. He didn't die of Trump derangement syndrome. He died because his crazy son, drug addict son, killed him. That's what happened. And for you to say what you said is disgusting. I'm finding it hard to stand behind you. Some of the stuff you're doing now, and the way you're talking about it, I can't get behind you, buddy. I can't do it. I can't stand behind you like this. You're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the people, the people's person, the one that we look up to, and that sets a moral compass. Well, what moral compass are you holding on to? Because I think you threw them all out the window, buddy. Especially after this last deal, and then you doubled down on it again after somebody in the press asked you about it. I can't get behind you on this, buddy. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm actually ashamed of you right now.
A bunch of MAGA fans are abandoning Donald Trump and calling him out for his disgusting post on the passing of Rob and Michelle Reiner. I'm sure you've all seen this post by now where Donald Trump tried to say that Rob Reiner's death was because of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, when he was killed in his home. And some Trump fans are not happy about it. This is the comment section under that post. This person says, "I respect you so much, but this was heartless and uncalled for. You could have just said RIP, love you, Mr. President, but none of the other stuff was needed. It's very sad we are living in the world we are right now. Come on, Mr. President, not appropriate thing to write." The editor-in-chief of Christianity Today magazine said how this vile, disgusting, and immoral behavior has become normalized in the United States is something our descendants will study in school. One of Donald Trump's former lawyers said this is not the appropriate response. A Turning Point USA contributor said Trump really said, quote, "How can I make this horrific murder of a father and mother about me? Shake my head, shameful." And there are many more examples. When even MAGA is calling out Donald Trump, you know he's done something bad.
For some, this moment sparked anger and disbelief, forcing them to confront rhetoric they say no longer reflects their values. These voices reveal how a single controversy can shake loyalty and reopen difficult questions about leadership and accountability.
Donald Trump has just posted this. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. You know, I've got to say, Shane, that just crosses every line of just basic human decency to me. Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night by his troubled, unhinged son. And to make political capital, and what angers me about it is there was all the outrage from Trump supporters, rightly, when the left mocked Charlie Kirk after he was murdered. And I thought we'd reached a kind of consensus that this, whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable.
Well, Brianna, a number of Republican lawmakers have started to criticize President Donald Trump over these posts that he made relating to the death of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner. We have heard from both centrist and conservative lawmakers who have said the president crossed the line with these types of comments, turning into politics instead of focusing on the tragedy at hand. Congressman Mike Lawler, who's from a swing district in New York, posted on social media, quote, "This statement is wrong. Regardless of one's political views, no one should be subjected to violence, let alone at the hands of their own son. It's a horrible tragedy that should engender sympathy and compassion from everyone in our country, period." Lawler is one of the president's closest allies up here on Capitol Hill. We've also heard from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has recently become more critical of the president, who wrote, "This is a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies." Then you have Congressman Thomas Massie, also someone who is frequently critical of this White House, saying, "Regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was just brutally murdered." He challenged some of his Republican colleagues to come up with some explanation to defend the president here, but so far it doesn't seem like that has happened. Now, just a short while ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson did comment on the death of Rob Reiner, expressing sorrow for the incident, but he notably did not answer reporters' questions about President Trump's post relating to Reiner, as he alleged that he had died due to Trump derangement syndrome. Now, Rob Reiner was very active in Democratic politics and was a frequent critic of President Donald Trump, but even some Republicans have said that the president simply went too far with these posts on Truth Social this morning.
Not helpful, not the right tone for the moment, not a good example, and really just unfair to just don't do that to a man when he's just died.
This is ugly rhetoric. It is ugly. It is actually evil.
Okay, so I read to you this morning the post that Donald Trump made on Truth Social about Rob Reiner, where he turned the cause for the murder into the reason being they didn't like Trump. That was what he said, that the reason they were murdered is because he talked about Donald Trump in a bad way. I digress. So I started reading the comments on that post a little while ago, and I want to show you the majority of the comments. Mr. President, with respect, this isn't how a Christian should speak about anyone, living or dead. We can oppose ideas without mocking a person's suffering or death. Let no corrupt word proceed out of your mouth. I got two right here. One says, disgusting post, do better. And this one says, oh, sir, please take this down. Not classy. Expect better from you, Mr. President. I wouldn't try to expect better. Please, you're wasting your time. Mr. President, the man and his wife were brutally murdered. If you cannot say something nice about them, it's best to just not say anything at all. I love you, but this is seriously distasteful. As a MAGA, I have tried my best to support you every step of the way, but not this time. Every human, I repeat, every human deserves respect during something like this. I'm ashamed that you posted that. You must humble yourself and ask for forgiveness in what was a very huge lapse in judgment. Donald Trump has never apologized for a thing in his life. He has never reversed course on anything he's ever said, no matter how distasteful or how wrong he is. And if you think asking him to reverse course is going to happen, sir, you've been waiting a long fucking time. Terrible response to this tragedy, unbecoming of the office of president. I voted for you 3 times, but this is beyond the pale. Like, are these people asleep most of the time? Are they not seeing the shit that this man says and does? I mean, it was bad, but God, he's done worse. Once again, sir, you shoot yourself in the foot with that kind of post. You should listen to the call in the comments to Megyn Kelly's podcast and after show. 99% of callers were totally upset about this post. 2026 elections coming up. Dems will use this against us. Against all ours running. Just keep these thoughts private. So unnecessary. Agreed. This is not right to post. Mr. President, I love you. I support you. I do not support this post. Highly inappropriate, and it puts us in their box. Tacky and tasteless. That is the perfect explanation for Donald Trump. He is tacky and tasteless with everything he does. You people have high expectations for a man who has garbage bottom of the barrel morals.
To you first, David Urban. we should say there is no indication from authorities that the couple's political beliefs had anything to do with their deaths. But I just wonder what your view is on Trump's post and also his comments.
Yeah, Brianna, thanks. First of all, my condolences go out to the Reiner family. It's a terrible tragedy that they've suffered here. And the president's tweets, his True Social post is indefensible by anybody. I don't know how anyone could defend it. I think the president had the opportunity, was given the opportunity this afternoon to clean it up and say something to the effect that, all those things, I disagree with him. We were political enemies. But, what happened to him was a tragedy, and, my sympathies with his family. And it just rings so badly, especially in light of what just happened with Charlie Kirk. I thought after Charlie Kirk's assassination, we as a country reached a consensus on how we respond to these things on the right and the left. I thought that one of the few good things that came out of Charlie Kirk's death was that people came together and recognized that when people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death should be condemned. Rob Reiner, in fact, actually praised Erica Kirk's statement and condemned the shooter there and said, what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrific. And so I just think about that, and it's saddening because the president does lots of good things, this administration does lots of good things, but yet these kind of posts, these kind of actions by the president detract from all of that. I think the president forgot elections are about addition, 1 + 1 + 1. And as we head into the midterms, I'm wondering, how many Republicans were added to the voter rolls today? I think none.
For the president of the United States to take this family tragedy and say that it's because of Trump derangement syndrome, I thought was well beneath him and beneath the office. And I think it would have been better if the president had made no comment.
I don't think the president should have commented. It detracts from his policy achievements and from his agenda.
There's a time and a place for politics and for trolling, and for the president to have put this out the way that he did achieves nothing and reflects poorly.
It is unfortunate to have the president of the United States taking a tragedy like this and inserting politics into a situation as sad as the one that led to the Reiner's death. This has been a conversation, so it is unfortunate, especially after a weekend of so much tragic news, that we would hear from the president of the United States and that he would decide to insert politics into this discussion.
We'll see where it goes from here.
It's not appropriate. It's not presidential. I mean, they're real people. They were brutally murdered. It's not a laughing matter.
I found it extremely distasteful and completely inappropriate.
I liked his last sentence. That was about all that needed to be said.
What about the rest of it?
Very disappointing.
A wise man once said nothing. I think President Trump should have said nothing.
Hate to break it to you all, but I'm not in a cult, and I know how to call out my president when I don't like what he does. I really don't appreciate what he said about Rob Reiner. I thought it was atrocious. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Do not insinuate that Trump's derangement syndrome is what killed him. That is disgusting. That is not at all what happened. And that's not how I would phrase it whatsoever. Do not bring up his career and say he did shitty movies. That is stupid. That he was, why are you bringing that up right now? The man is dead and killed by his own son, who he had a really hard time with for many, many years. That is disgusting. Why would you double down on this? This is just stupid. It just makes us look dumb. And now the left, you give them all the ammunition in the world because it just looks dumb. When we kept saying, the Democrats were celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. Rob Reiner did not. He condemned it and showed empathy immediately. So this was not the guy to do this to. I am well aware he is the poster child for Trump derangement syndrome. And he said horrific things in the past. I'm aware. But the man is dead now. Not the time to talk about it. Okay? Don't tweet then. Don't bring it up. Don't say anything. He didn't need to say anything. RIP. Wishing them the best. That's all you got to say. What I would have said, and what I continue to say, is all this does is bring up the elephant in the room, that these garbage liberal policies are disastrous and are creating havoc in our streets. For example, if this kid was in and out of rehab 17 times by the age of 22, that means he was doing drugs since he was in diapers. I don't even know what that means, but parents and family members of mentally disturbed individuals need to start getting conservatorships and tough love, because you are putting all our lives in danger. This Nick could have been on a plane next to me, or you, on a bus, in the line at the bank. He could have been out there. Now, what's crazy is that now I'm happy they just revoked his bail, and so he's not going to be on my streets. But if this was a random person who did the same thing to some random person that wasn't a big donor and an A-list celebrity icon, he would be out on our streets again to do it again and pull in an Irina Zarutska. Family members, if you know anyone mentally disturbed, stop, don't look away. Get them help. Because if they commit a crime like this, a heinous crime like this, blood is on your hands. Why should innocent people be put in these situations because you turned a blind eye? Do you know many times that I've dealt with the police and on the homeless? And a lot of times, their family members literally didn't want them. We connected them and they're like, no, we don't want them. And the homeless person who's crazy actually wants their family. Now, when they got rejected yet again by that family member, do you know what they did? Do you think they went and got help that we would offer them on their own? Nope. They'd stay on the street, and who knows what they would do to somebody else. So I just want to send a message that's actually constructive, that we can learn from this instead of making fun of someone's career and Trump derangement syndrome. Family members, do better. Think about that this holiday season. If you know anyone struggling, get them help. I know nobody wants to do it, but guess what? I hope you won't be able to sleep at night if something happens to an innocent person because you turned your back on family. It's all your fault.
The reactions you've heard today underscore how moments like this can become turning points for longtime supporters. For some Trump MAGA voters, the remarks sparked discomfort, disappointment, and renewed questions about tone, values, and accountability. These stories highlight how political loyalty can be tested when rhetoric collides with personal boundaries. Understanding these reactions helps explain why divisions, even within political movements, continue to deepen. If you found these perspectives important, please like, comment, subscribe, and share to help keep these conversations visible. And click the video on your screen to hear more first-hand stories shaping the national dialogue.
And to the Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope your cafecito always comes room temperature. I hope every sorujito that you go to take a bite of is like hollow when you expect cheese. I hope that every time you try to use that crazy illegal lane that Puerto Ricans use when there's a tapón, I hope every time you do that you get a little nail in your tire.
Across the country, a powerful shift is unfolding. Latino voters who once backed Trump are now voicing deep regret, questioning promises, policies, and the movement they supported. In this video, you'll hear real stories from those rethinking it all. Listen closely. Their voices could reshape everything.
Toda mi familia votó por Trump. Your whole family voted for Trump. Lo apoyaba a Trump durante su campaña. Did you support him? Yo estoy fuera. You're outside of it. You can't vote. Pero te sientes decepcionada. Do you feel disappointed, deceived, engañada? Me siento mal porque sé que ellos creían en él. You feel bad because the rest of them believed it.
Like so many other Venezuelans, she cheered when Donald Trump was elected.
Sí, yo creo que... Yes. I believe there is a large community of Venezuelans who did.
What she didn't expect is for those policies to throw her life in limbo. Carol is one of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan immigrants who were granted temporary protected status, or TPS, under the Biden administration. President Trump wiped that away for all Venezuelans. Were you surprised?
Sí, totalmente. Yes, totally. Practically the same day he took office, he went against Venezuelans.
All of my life, 50 years I've been here, I've never been harassed by Border Patrol on this side of the border like this. This is outrageous.
Why are we not allowed to be here? Because we're not white? Our skin doesn't match. We didn't think anything of it. We're an American citizens. We're on U.S. soil. Why should we be afraid?
George and his wife Esmeralda say an unmarked SUV started following them and pulled them over. They say Border Patrol agents first approached wearing masks.
So the reason why we're stopping you is because you need U-turns and there's a known alien out in the area.
He told the agents where they were going and that they did not consent to any search.
If you have a dentist appointment, it probably wasn't the best decision to be out in the middle of nowhere.
No, we have the right to travel anywhere we want to travel.
You're absolutely right, you do. And I actually have the right and authority to stop you.
The couple sat in their car as the agents brought a canine.
It's called reasonable suspicion.
Do you think that they had reasonable suspicion to stop you and search your vehicle?
Not at all. Not at all.
George and Esmeralda both voted for the first time in 2020 and again in 2024 for President Donald Trump. As they see his immigration crackdown, do you regret your vote?
Yes, I do. Very much so. I feel shame, guilt, and anger at the same time.
I don't ever want to hear that Trump isn't racist, because what's happening right now is 1000% about color. He's targeting innocent Latinos and deporting them, tearing families apart, even deporting Americans. He's deported American children with cancer without their medical supplies. On top of that, he's deporting people that are actually in the legal process of becoming Americans.
Video shows one agent pushing Brian up against the wall and demanding he prove his citizenship.
I truly believe I was a target because of my race. I believe I was racially profiled.
Yes, you were.
I believe I was attacked because I was walking while brown.
Brian says he voted for Trump.
Because I believe he ran on lies. He ran on lies. He lied to many of us.
President Trump said that he was going to do this. He said mass deportations. He said this is part of his plan.
Yeah, he said criminals. We were all manipulated. We were all brainwashed. And now look at us. We are all suffering because of it. And I feel guilty.
The federal administration's actions to denaturalize and invalidate the citizenship of millions of Americans. This effort is being done so that the federal government can ultimately deport naturalized U.S. citizens. Now more than ever, we must stand up for those who are being targeted, attacked, and taken out of our communities. Conducting denaturalization proceedings solely via civil litigation is potentially an unconstitutional violation of due process rights. The Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
I find it hilarious that when I bring up the fact that I'm an immigrant and a DACA recipient to people who support deportation and everything Donald Trump is trying to impose on this country, that they're always like, but we're not talking about you. Then who the fuck are you talking about?
Mexico sends its people. They're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
Who's number one with Hispanics? Trump.
Yes, you told us
Trump.
that earlier.
I love the Mexican people in their spirit, but the country of Mexico is killing us.
You know what bothers me about this whole ICE situation? Is the fact that they only label it as the Latino culture. Like, the Latino culture ain't the only people that come in here illegal. So why is it only the Latino culture that's being prosecuted for it? Or being talked about it? You get me? Then you got the racist white people talking about go back to your country. Okay, Karen, last time I checked, your DNA is from Scotland or fucking Ireland or something like that. You feel me? Why don't you go back to your country? Exactly. There's illegals everywhere in all nationalities, so why just the Latino culture?
I was convinced that voting for Trump was for the economy or against crime, when in reality I was supporting a man and a movement that dehumanizes people. He basically built his platform on targeting immigrants, spreading hate, and I feel that it would be immoral and inhumane to let a man who is suffering, who is terminally ill, spend what little time he has left in pain and isolation. Please don't let him die in a cell. Please don't let his vital memories be of those of pain and isolation. The American flag stands for compassion, kindness, liberty, and justice for all. But we're all human, and today I'm asking for one human act of compassion to please let my dad come home. Why did I vote the way I did? I've spent the last few days reflecting, and I feel like I came through some sort of revelation, or like blindfolds were ripped off my eyes. I started seeing things differently. I questioned my beliefs, my choices, and my role in all of it. I started to realize that it wasn't just this one choice I made. It was kind of a accumulation of choices I've been making for years. Like, for example, when I had my first daughter, I never taught her Spanish because I didn't care to have her learn Spanish.
Desperate, terrified. You believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals. Now, Elena is left behind with her daughter, 7-month-old son, and Ariel's 70-year-old grandmother, who has been a U.S. citizen for years. Together, facing a reality they never imagined.
Vincent, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
He thought the Trump administration was going to focus solely on deporting criminals. It seems immigration officials, he says, are just trying to meet quotas now. 6 Nicaraguan men who on May 27th were detained along US 1 in Sugarloaf Key on their way to a job. Their immigration attorney says it should not have happened because 5 of the 6 have their paperwork in order with pending asylum cases. Vincent Scardina is the owner of the roofing company where they worked. He's owned it 37 years.
You become their friends, just not an employer, but a friend.
angustiada, desesperada y decepcionada. Así dice estar esta madre cubana Lidia en paz luego de que su esposo fuera deportado por la administración del presidente Trump, a quien ella le dio su voto.
Creía que quizás con el mandato del presidente, las personas que eran delincuentes eran los que se iban a ir.
Yeah, those flags stayed up. This family still supports Donald Trump despite their mom being detained.
I am in so much shock with the amount of Latinos for Trump that are now coming out saying we feel so backstabbed, we feel so betrayed, we feel used now that our families are being deported even though they're not criminals. You didn't feel that way when Donald Trump was talking about the Mexican families that he was going to be deporting. You didn't feel that way when he spoke about other minority groups that he was going to be deporting. But now that it's affecting your family, your uncle, your cousin, now you want to cry about it? Now you want to cry crocodile tears? Girlfriend, I don't feel bad for you.
When I started worrying is when I started seeing my community members, my followers, my people sharing videos of a mother picking up a kid from a school and getting arrested. Like, why?
He was very clear about his plan. He said openly, wanted to run the biggest deportation campaign in history.
The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
There's 55 million Hispanic Americans who are U.S. citizens. We pay our taxes. We came here the right way. They don't want to be lumped in with cartel members and all sorts of crazy guys that are coming across the border.
I think the major shock for the Latino community right now is that pretty much if you don't have papers, you are committing a crime. But if I'm a construction worker, I'm working every day. If I'm cleaning bathrooms, like, how am I a criminal?
Do you think it's hypocritical?
I think it makes no sense. Like what the administration is saying is that everyone comes a criminal.
Because the crime is being here.
Exactly.
Without.
But that's not my definition of criminal.
Now I can empathize and sympathize with the Black community. I've never been able to do that before because I would hear them say things like, oh, we walk down the street and we get profiled and, cops will just suddenly stop and frisk or whatever.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Just because of the color of your skin. And I always thought it's a little bit of a stretch. It feels like a little bit of a stretch.
These personal stories reveal deeper concerns about identity, family, and the real-world impact of political decisions. Many are reflecting on how Trump policies that they voted for are shaping their lives and communities. Their voices highlight a critical moment of reassessment for the Latino community in America.
You voted for Trump. How do you feel now?
Horrible.
What did you vote for?
I voted for change, but I didn't vote for this change.
Su nombre. Daisy Salvador. Daisy, ¿usted está aquí por su esposo? Por mi esposo que fue detenido ahora injustamente.
Latinos for Trump, first of all, you guys are embarrassing. I've always said it, and I stand by that. It's very embarrassing. You guys are weak-minded. You guys are. You couldn't just, get through that. At one point, you guys were made fun of for being Latino, and then you guys just kind of caved in. You were like, I don't want to be Latino anymore. And that's why you guys hate yourselves, and I don't know what to tell you.
They took my wife.
This man who wished not to be identified says his wife is from Venezuela and has lived in the United States for a few years. Her name is Vianis Ramirez, and he says she was in the process of becoming a United States citizen.
She already had a court date. She was good. Everything's good. He just came in and snatched her. It's despicable what they're doing right now. It's very embarrassing. I get a chance to talk to you, man. Yo, please, man, let's work something out. So you, man, let me keep my wife here in the United States, man. She deserves to be here, man.
This is so crazy that we voted for Trump. We trust him with the words that he promised us Latinos.
And a large portion of them are now finding out. And guess what? We don't fucking care because we fucking told them. Now they're going on the news, giving all these interviews and sob stories, or coming on this app.
As I was saying, I love the Hispanics. I love them. I love Hispanics, and they're hard workers, and boy, are they entrepreneurial, and they're great people, and they are warm. They are warm. Sometimes they're too warm, you want to know the truth. They are warm people. But you have to turn out the record numbers that we need in order to really demand a better future, and you have to go out, you have to vote. We want to win.
Latinos, you can scream MAGA all you want, vote red, only speak English, even call ICE yourself, but you will never be the exception. You will never be white, and it's not going to stop you from getting racially profiled. Who said that? Who said that?
As a Christian Latina, les voy a decir por qué voté for Trump, why I voted for Trump. I'm not a racist nor a whitewash. I literally have family immigrants, so it was a hard decision to do. It was literally a sacrifice, but guess what?
People like Fernanda, yeah, those are the biggest scums out there, and you should keep an eye out for those because those are vendepatrias. These people either have family members who are undocumented or they themselves were once undocumented, and as soon as they got papers, se creen de la sangre azul. In her video, she mentions that she has family members who are immigrants and that it was a tough decision, but that she made the right one because obedience to God comes first. Girlfriend, God would have told you to not freaking pick that person, okay?
Do I regret voting for Donald Trump? 100,000 times yes. The mass deportation that is happening, I mean, the unconstitutional rights that are happening, all of the AI bills that are being signed right now, I mean, I can go on and on. The banning of different countries from coming into America, that was my last straw. And I think a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump also say the same thing.
I have to say, I'm not going to lie. It absolutely baffles me that you voted for someone and you never looked at his first term. If you did look into his first term before voting for him, you would see that all the things that you were complaining about, he enacted in his first term. You would also see that he ran on the exact things that you're complaining about.
The Latinos that voted for Trump because of the economy. I'm sorry, I tried. How's it going? ¿Cómo les va? Hold on. Like, seriously, have you made more money?
To the Latinos for Trump, looks like you guys turned out to be those weird family members that protected and covered up for the weird pedophile uncles. Gross. At least now we know who you are.
For those that don't know, the Supreme Court ruled Monday for the Trump administration and agreed U.S. immigration agents may stop and detain anyone they suspect in the U.S. illegally based on little more than working at a gas station, at a restaurant, at a car wash, speaking Spanish, or having brown skin. That is all they need. If you speak Spanish or have brown skin, you are in danger. My family's in danger. And we have to step up. We have to be the change. We have to spread the word. Make sure to keep your family as safe as you can. Let them be informed. And that's the best that we can do.
I have so many Hispanic haters down my DM calling me names, saying I have no heart, I'm not empathetic with the mass deportations. First of all, I voted for that. But second of all, I want to clarify something. I want to take you guys back to 2017 when President Trump offered DACA a pathway to citizenship on 3 separate occasions, okay? All he said was, give me money for my border wall and border security. And I'll include a pathway for over 1.2 million people, contingent that they don't have a criminal record, have jobs, etc.
Latinos for Trump. The biggest joke in history. When will Latinas figure it out that white proximity is not white when it comes to white supremacy? And you will not benefit the same the way white people do. You will not get those benefits the same at all. You won't even get close to it. They tricked you. Joke's on you.
Show me your hand. Show me your hand. Lights. All right, okay. Lights. I'm not tricked. I'm not resisting. Where's the rest?
He's not resisting.
My medicine. And I got bad shoulder?
He's got
I have a surgery on the shoulder. Get up. I got bad shoulder.
Watch his shoulder.
On that side of the wall.
Where's he at? Where's your son at? We don't have a son. We don't have a son. It's just these two here. There's no son. I don't have a son. I have my 2 daughters. My boyfriend is in the room. He's asleep in the room in the very back.
There's a boyfriend sleeping in the back.
He's in the back room.
Which one? The back room.
The very
Back room.
last one on the right hand side.
Why don't you guys sit down?
at this guy. Look at this guy. This is what you call tremendo come pinga. This guy, he come here the other day. He crossed the border illegally. He come here, and then he a Trump support. Yeah. He benefited from all the Democratic policy, and then he support Trump. All right. News flash for you, man. Donald J. Trump says that anybody that comes here illegally is a criminal. So in the Republican's eyes, you are a criminal. You are the first one on the list, man. And you're telling me that if I'm going to cry? No. I might have cried when I lost my parents. I might have cried when my kids were born. I may cry when I walk my daughter down the aisle. But you know when I'm not going to cry? You know when, right? When they deport your ass.
And together, we will make America great again.
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Repítelo. Ay, 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 por Dios. Ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Mi gente sale a votar sin miedo a la...
Bueno, yo tenía puesto el parol y tenía la esperanza de llegar a los Estados Unidos porque tengo mi hija allí y solo Dios sabe la necesidad que tengo. Hace 4 años que se fue y quería ver. Para mí es muy duro. Para mí es muy duro que haya cerrado el parol y le pido a Dios que toque su corazón porque verdaderamente necesito llegar. Para mí ha sido muy duro eso de que Trump nos haya quitado el parol.
¡A mi esposa! ¡Ay! ¡Por favor! ¡Alguien que me venga a buscar!
Le entregó las llaves, le dijo que no se preocupara y 2 horas después, al salir, solo escuchaba los gritos de su mujer.
Arrestando personas inocentes que solo huyen de una dictadura, de una tiranía asesina comunista.
Tras la detención de la joven cubana Laura de la Caridad González Sánchez, líderes del movimiento anticomunista I-220A expresaron su apoyo.
Como movimiento legal en el estado de la Florida, necesitamos por favor que se tomen en cuenta que si no hemos cometido crimen, que tenemos nuestras vidas organizadas, nuestro asilo pendiente, que por favor no tenemos por qué vivir con este terror.
And to the Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope your cafecito always comes room temperature. I hope every sorullito that you go to take a bite of is like hollow when you expect cheese. I hope that every time you try to use that crazy illegal lane that Puerto Ricans use when there's a tapón, I hope every time you do that, you get a little nail in your tire. Not that you have to replace it, but you have to patch it. I hope that every time you go to open your WhatsApp, it needs an update. I hope that every time you order a piña colada, it has more foamy stuff and so it feels warm. And you're like, that wasn't satisfying. I hope that every time you try to go to El Yunque, it's raining too hard. I hope that the next round of pasteles you get accidentally has raisins in it. I hope that every time you go to Plaza de las Americas, you find a parking spot far away and then you walk right by like 3 open spots on your way to the door. I hope that they close all the buffets in your neighborhood. I hope that when you go reach for the mayo ketchup, it's empty. And you have to but it's still empty. I hope that every time you talk to your mom, she goes, ay, porque no puede ser más como Ricky Martin. Él es tan bello.
The stories you've heard today reflect a moment of deep reflection within Latino communities across the country. For many, shifting perspectives come from lived experiences, changing priorities, and the realities they're facing every day. These voices remind us that political choices are never simple. Each one is shaped by personal history, culture, and the search for a better future. Understanding these experiences helps all of us see the bigger picture and the challenges people are navigating. If you found these stories meaningful, please like, comment, subscribe, and share. and click the video on your screen to hear more perspectives shaping today's America.
Oh man, it is obviously frustrating to see Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz get on their podcast and express confusion about what Donald Trump is doing. Like, how could we have known he would be so evil? Well, because he ran on being evil. He ran on mass deportation. He ran on militarizing the police. He lied on the debate stage and said that immigrants were kidnapping people's cats and dogs out of their yards and eating them.
Oh no, this isn't what I voted for. This isn't what I voted for. Yes, it is.
Across America, former MAGA supporters are speaking out, saying things like, "I can't do it anymore." Disillusioned and divided, they're sharing why they're walking away from a movement they once believed in. In this video, you'll hear their powerful stories. Listen closely. The truth may surprise you.
I just don't think we have the same Donald Trump that we had circa 2016 to 2020. This is not the same man. Somewhere along the way, he lost his way. To deny help to tornado victims. Then I heard he denied further assistance from FEMA to North Carolina. This is not the man we voted for. If you are upper middle class or below, I don't see how any of us are faring well under this president. And how long are we just gonna close our eyes to it and pretend it's not happening because it's him? And at least it wasn't the other guy. I will no longer stand by and pretend that I have hope in this president, because I don't.
I know you told me you voted for President Trump. What were you hoping that he would do?
I was hoping he would did something that made sense regarding the economy, made some kind of progress in bettering, the benefits of being a veteran. But I mean, it just seemed like he actually cared about doing what was best for the country. But now it just feels like all about me, Donald Trump, not, the guy out there working in the trenches trying to make ends meet, trying to pay a mortgage, trying to pay the bills. It goes against everything I expected when, I voted for him.
So you're not satisfied with what he said?
No. And it doesn't even have to do with anything about me getting fired. I mean, if I had gotten fired as part of the, government, cutting government spending, I would have been fine with that. I can accept that. But he's not delivering on anything he said he was going to do. So what's your real game plan? It doesn't make sense to me.
Why are you voting on Medicaid? Why are you voting on Medicaid? Can you tell us why? Medicaid safe lives. This baby is on Medicaid. This baby's life is saved because of Medicaid, and you are voting to reduce Medicaid. Look, you can run away from us now, but you can't run away from a bad vote. The people remember.
First off, Medicaid is AID, so there's that. Number two, stop falling for stupid shit. They already proved that the people on Medicaid that are going to lose Medicaid are not committing fraud. My 70-year-old grandmother is not committing fraud. The disabled veteran is not committing fraud. The 8-year-old that needs Medicaid because his mom doesn't make enough money working 3 jobs is not committing fraud. And here's a further point. Every single person on the planet deserves health care. Period.
Trump supporter from Indianapolis here, and I just want to say that our gas prices are not down. They are higher. Comment and tell me where you're from and tell me if your gas prices are higher or lower. I'm tired of the lies.
A lot of went wrong in that bill because we were misled. And you say, well, no, we were misled because a lot of people go off what Donald Trump says. We're not going to go read the We're going to go off what he says. He needs to be more transparent with us whenever he talks about major life-changing topics like no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security for the elderly people. Instead, there were stipulations on all of it. The transparency was a 0. The bill is a 0.
I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of, corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is like the, yeah.
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I know I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
What the Republican Party has become, it's become MAGA. It's become Donald Trump. It's his people. No matter what he says, it's the truth. To all these people, and my family included. I got friends that are, they're MAGA. They're not Republican. They're not Republican whatsoever. Not what I grew up. Republican Party to me is you hold an extreme level of integrity, you have a solid moral compass, you trust in God and the teachings of Christ, love your neighbor as yourself. The Republican Party that I have been supportive of my entire life is different.
I don't know if it's just me or what, but I was so excited for Trump to get back into office. For what? For what? Prices are still bad. They're rising. Hell, everybody's struggling. Wasn't you supposed to help us? Wasn't you supposed to? But he's not worried about us because, he's balling. He's rich. He ain't worried about it. So, I just don't understand. I went from supporting him to, what are you doing for us? Making America great again? No, you're making it shit.
My medication, it runs $20,000 a month without insurance. I make $800 a month. Oh, that will kill me. That would kill my friends. That would kill millions of people in this country if they lose their health care.
In the last election, who did you vote for?
I feel embarrassed to tell you that before, all the years back, since I got my citizenship, I say I was a Democrat, but then, in these last elections, I voted a Republican. Why? Because I'm against abortion. Para mí, la palabra conservador es tener valores. I grew up with values, con las enseñanzas de mis padres.
Family values.
Family values.
If we could go back to November, who would you vote for now, seeing what you see?
Not either one.
You just wouldn't have voted.
Not either.
The first man I ever voted for president pretty much let me down. My friends and family don't see it. They think that he's the greatest thing that ever walked the planet since Jesus Christ, and he ain't.
All right, I voted for Trump. When are we going to make America great again? Oh, we're working on it. Cool. Like, what are you working on? Like lowering grocery prices? Actually, we're going to build this really cool ballroom at the White House. Am I gonna be invited to come to the ballroom? Fuck no, look at you. You're gross. You're fucking disgusting.
I never thought that I would see a day where I would be rooting for a university above Donald J. Trump and his administration. But I don't recognize his administration right now. I don't recognize what's happening. I have a theory. I do. We were kicking around some theories earlier, me and the team, and we were going, how could Trump be such a free speech enthusiast and allowing these things to happen? Going after college universities, trying to suppress speech while pretending that you're not suppressing speech, while pretending that you're fighting DEI. It's so messy. It's so obvious. Everyone knows what you're doing. People who are still trying to grift, I suppose, are not willing to challenge you on this, which is ridiculous, because when you are out of office, we are going to have to live with these consequences. Our children are going to have to grow up in this America.
For many, the breaking point came when promises turned to division and hope turned to anger. They watched friends, families, and communities torn apart. and realized something had to change. These are their stories of awakening, reflection, and courage to walk away.
Haley Robertson, and I voted for him. I voted for Trump. And for him to say what he's saying is beyond me, because I put my hope in him and he's supposed to protect us. And for him to say that this is a joke and that it's sides, this is not sides. We will say it time and time again. None of us are up there accusing him of anything. There is no one that is accusing him of any wrongdoing. So for the fact that he is saying those things and saying it's a hoax, who are you hiding for then? Because if it's not you, then who is it? And that scares me. Who is it?
Whoa.
He needs to come down on our level and live like we do. He wouldn't survive, I'm afraid.
Are y'all tired of being lied to yet? MAGA? Team Taco, you fake-ass patriots, are y'all tired of being lied to yet? You don't ever get sick of it? Yeah, you've been lied to the whole time. You know you have. I mean, where's all the Haitians at that was eating people's dogs and cats up there in Ohio? They never existed, did they? What about all of the Venezuelan drug gangs up there in Aurora, Colorado? Never existed. It didn't exist at all. What about the Biden crime family? That went away as soon as he dropped out of the presidential race, didn't it?
Saudi Arabia giving $25 million, Qatar, all of these countries. These are people that kill women and treat women horribly, and yet you take their money.
Not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense, and you should know better.
Why don't you give back the money that you've taken from certain countries that treat certain groups of people so horribly?
You should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much.
Why don't you give back the money? I think it would be a great gesture.
I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that.
It should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people.
We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift?
If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. It's that Trump is a really bad candidate. And frankly, I think a really bad person. Look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be a terrible candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him. And my biggest problem with Trump, I mean, and there are many, many things to pick out, but my biggest problem with Trump is that his message to the right, especially the white working class of which I came from, is anti-conservative and in some ways anti-American.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Because I'm going to be honest with you, and I say this like not loud because I don't know how everybody got their own opinion, right? I voted for him last November. I voted for him in 2020. I know it's probably shocking because I'm here, but like I would have voted in 2016, but I was too young, so I couldn't, right? I used to have a political platform online all across social media. I have over 150,000 followers. I used to host protests like this in DC. I used to be a Trumpy, diehard.
I feel really betrayed, and I feel really, really angry. We have a president who tells us to move on from Epstein because it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this? Seriously? And yet he still talks about the 2020 election fraud. He talks about the Hunter Biden laptop. He talks about all this stuff from 5-6 years ago, and he tells us to move on from the Epstein trial or the Epstein case. People like me will not stop talking about this. I feel so betrayed and so angry. This is not what I voted for.
I'm concerned about being able to trust Donald Trump to keep his word. In his campaign, he said he was going to let us know all of the facts about this. And now he's saying, go away, don't pay attention to it.
These Epstein files, we were told that there was going to be released. There was this client list that was going to be released. And the fact that it's suddenly gone away and he's trying to gaslight us is like a punch in the gut to MAGA.
And I'm so angry at my own party. And I'm angry at all the men in leadership in the House and the Senate. And I'm like, you guys are weak and pathetic. And so that is my viewpoint, because I'm a business owner, and I think of these are our customers, and we have a responsibility to serve our customers, and we have a responsibility to take care of our employees. And then also I'm a mom, and I think you always take care of your children. No matter what, you go above and beyond to take care of your kids and make sure they're safe, make sure they're, everything about it is good for them and their future. And I'll just tell you, I'm beyond pissed off at my own party and the leadership in the House and the Senate that they are totally blowing it.
Lloyd, what's the message?
Jesus died on that cross so we could live, and this is not living.
Amen. I respect that.
Screw the Republican Party. I've been a Republican since I was 18 years old. I'm 62 now, and I'm embarrassed to say I've stuck it out this long. The last 10 years have been enough of this crap. Support me. Hit all those buttons on the right-hand side of your screen. Follow me. Leave me a comment. Repost this. Every Republican that I know right now, I'm trying to get flipped over to the Democratic Party. Join me in this effort, please. It's the only way we're going to get these idiots out of office.
Do you still support Trump today?
I don't know. I think he lied a lot. I think he didn't put out there that I was going to see a 10-year-old girl in handcuffs. He didn't put that we were going to see people chased down on the work site and deported on site. He put in that he was going to deport criminals, and he was going to deport the people that were dangerous to society. There's a lot of things that he put out there that I thought he didn't cross this many lines in 2016.
I don't know what to think anymore. I literally trust nobody. I don't trust anybody, man. Definitely don't trust the government. And I don't know who to believe, and I don't know what to think anymore.
Yeah, the Charlie Kirk thing really opened my eyes too, in the list that never got off Pam Bondi's desk that we're told to forget about. I won't forget about it. Don't gaslight me anymore. Fat orange man, I swear. I cannot believe I fell for all that, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it took so long, but at least at least I see it now. A lot of people in my comments are mad that it took so long. Well, I'm sorry.
Mr. Trump, see this? I was your supporter. I was your supporter. I used to love you. I used to vote for you. I used to believe in you. Now, listen to you. You need to start doing the will of the people, not what you think. You are becoming a dictator, and I'm telling you that right now. You are not doing what you said you were going to do. You say you are, but you're not, and you're dragging feet. You're dragging your feet.
When Trump was up in front of everybody standing next to Netanyahu saying, this is the greatest deal for peace in the Middle East. Everybody agrees with us. Everybody's on board. It's going to be a great thing. Did that walkout not happen at the UN General Assembly? I mean, I know I have my mixed emotions about the UN. We all do, right? But did that not happen? Did all those nations change their mind? Or do they not matter? Those are my questions. Am I allowed to ask these? Because apparently not. I voted for Trump 3 fucking times. He won all 3 times. I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was sold out MAGA up until one of my favorite people on the planet got shot in front of the whole world. And I started paying attention to the questions he was asking.
Of Revelation 13:3. I'm just saying he's the only one who could be right now. Go read Revelation 13. He's the only man that fits that description. Yeah, and I'm totally done with the dude. He's done to me. He's done. He's a goner. He's compromised. He's right up there with the rest of the pedophiles, man. And it sucks to say that because I supported him for a long time, but he's a good actor, and he had me fooled for a long, long time. God bless y'all, and thank you.
But if you actually care about what's happening in the country, maybe you would want to talk to some different people, and maybe you would hope to build a coalition and move some votes back over to the Democrats if you think that they have a better idea for America. But obviously that's not what you want. But God forbid we shine a light on the people who...
You know what I'm getting a lot of? You talked to him. You platformed him as if he was at 0%. And then we talked to him, and then he won the election. As if he had fucking no shot of winning.
Hold on.
People were like, this guy's a monster. He's not a human being. then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Let's just talk about the immigration thing. The way it looks is horrific. When you're just arresting people in front of their kids and just normal, regular people that have been here for 20 years, that everybody who has a heart can't get along with that. No.
Oh man, it is obviously frustrating to see Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz get on their podcasts and express confusion about what Donald Trump is doing. Like, how could we have known he would be so evil? Well, because he ran on being evil. He ran on mass deportation. He ran on militarizing the police. He lied on the debate stage and said that immigrants were kidnapping people's cats and dogs out of their yards and eating them. He was like very openly racist and hawkish on immigration during his campaign. So how could you have known? I mean, it was obvious. And these are the guys who had Donald Trump on their podcasts, who endorsed him, humanized him, who made it cool and trendy for young men to vote for Donald Trump.
Oh no, this isn't what I voted for. This isn't what I voted for. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You just didn't take the time to read his actual agenda. You didn't take the time to actually read the 180-day plan that those around him wanted him to implement. He won you over with his racism, and you didn't think it was going to affect you. Oh, now that it affects you, what about me? Now I want sympathy because it's affecting me. No, you don't get off that easy. You don't get off that easy. I want to see you put your vote where your mouth is. Put your vote where your mouth is in 2026. You don't get to now cry online, I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. He won you over with his racism. That's all it took. Oh, he's a businessman? Oh, he's a business... Really? Really? You're going to go with that? No. This is what you voted for.
Leaving a movement isn't easy. It means questioning what you once believed and facing uncomfortable truths. But across America, more people are finding the courage to step away from hate, fear, and false promises. Their stories remind us that change begins with honesty and that unity starts when we truly listen to one another. Understanding these voices isn't about blame. It's about growth and healing. If this message resonates with you, please like, comment, subscribe, and share to keep these stories alive. And click the video on your screen to hear more powerful voices from across America.
So I'm seeing a lot of people being confused about how, Nebraskans and people in agricultural communities can be voting against their own interests. And I have a lot of experience with these people. I'm related to them. And obviously when I talk about them, I don't mean all farmers and I don't mean all the people in these states. But in my experience, the farmers have been living a fairy tale for many generations. They have been told by the government and by our own society, that they're extremely valuable, which they are, but that they are self-made men and that they exist in a vacuum and that we would be lost without them. And most weird that they don't receive any kind of assistance, that they're self-made, which is a fairy tale. They receive a lot of assistance, but this is the story they've been telling themselves. This is a story that the government has been telling them, and this is the story that they've passed on to their children and their children's children, because they want to glamorize, they want to make what they're doing idyllic. They don't want their kids to leave the farm. They don't want their kids to go to the big city. They want them to stay and they want them to keep the farm. So their kids and their kids and their kids have all been raised with this idea that as farmers, they are heroic. They are, the backbone of America, even though at this point, the backbone of America, if it's farmers, then it's completely made out of fabricated steel and been replaced by a neurosurgeon 30 times. They don't see that. So they don't understand. When you live in a fairy tale your whole life, and when you've been raised in a fairy tale, and when your father was raised in a fairy tale, you don't use critical thinking skills. You don't analyze what you're doing. You just keep going with the fairy tale. And you don't choose a political candidate that forces you to think. You choose the political candidate that encourages you to stay in the fairy tale. So that's how they keep voting for the bad people. That's how they keep voting against their own interests, because they're in a fairy tale. They're so enmeshed in it that they don't want somebody waking them up. They want somebody who's going to keep them asleep. And unfortunately,
who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump. If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way.
Couldn't happen.
No.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us down.
There's stories all over the internet about farmers going bankrupt across the country. And I want you to know, I want to feel sorry for you. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to care at all. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because typically I have empathy, but I'm really, really tired of telling you farmers and you people that are in rural parts of the United States, I'm tired of telling you what your vote does to you. Yeah, I mean, you guys in the red states, you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you're broke. You don't have any money. West Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, you get my point. You're broke. And yet you keep voting for the Republican Party that wants nothing to do with you. And farmers, guess what? You're included. But you keep voting red, and now you want me to feel sorry for you. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Sadly, many farmers prioritize immigration enforcement, border control, and what they see as law and order over trade concerns. Even if tariffs hurt their bottom line, they often feel these other issues are more urgent. Some perceive Trump as a strong leader, more likely to champion their broader values and concerns, economic and cultural, even amid hardships. A deep political and cultural divide between rural and urban America also plays a major role. Rural areas, including farming communities, tend to favor conservative values, limited regulation, local control, skepticism of elite institutions, which align more with Republicans. The average farmer comes from a rural white area and is likely uneducated. Education is one of the biggest factors as to whether someone is voting Trump or not.
Not sure if you've seen this, but more U.S. farms have filed for bankruptcy in the first 3 months of this year than they did in all of 2024. Now, you might be sitting here saying, well, I'm not a farmer, I don't live in a rural community, so why in the hell should I care? This trend is going to affect all of us, and here's how. This is going to result in higher grocery prices. It's also going to result in corporations taking over, right? Big ag taking over. And we know what happens when big corporations take over. Less quality, higher prices. It's also going to make us even more dependent on foreign food sources. At a time when President Trump is increasing tariffs for no reason and with no clear plan. So again, all of this is going to affect food prices, which will then lead to higher cost of living, which will then lead to inflation. So much for helping the working class, right?
I voted for Donald Trump both times. Harvest season is now over. Corey Farris says during the heart of the season, he needed about 90 workers.
Are there enough Americans to take those jobs?
There are not. So Corey had 72 migrants working on his farm this year, legally, under the government H-2A program. He thinks the government needs to make it easier for more migrants to come to the U.S. to work. He hadn't seen and heard what former President Donald Trump declared about undocumented migrants coming across the border, so we showed it to him.
It's crazy what's going on. They're ruining our country, and it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing.
So we asked, how does that make you feel about the man you voted for twice?
It brings out a side of him that, like I say, I haven't decided what I'm going to do this year. About whether you'd vote for him again. Right. What do you think the people who worked for you, who've just left for the season, would think about those comments? They would be offended by that.
Gary and Dave Nelson said they will likely hire migrant workers in the future under the same government program. We also showed them the Trump video.
I don't think it was appropriate. My ancestors came at one time, and maybe the same thing was thought about them, but they turned out to be great contributors to our country.
Do you find it offensive, though, to use that term, destroying the blood of our country?
Yeah, that's harsh words. It's not proper. It's not fitting from a presidential candidate.
Do you wish he didn't say that?
Definitely. I mean, he's using words from things like that in our past of the Nazi peace and that. And that's been the hard thing with Trump, is just too many times things are said that it's like, whether it's taken out of context or he's using examples that don't apply in these situations.
Son Dave doesn't know who he wants for president at this point.
Rick Ekman says in the 3 days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break even for his farm.
Never had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
Why not?
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people, and he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Why do you think so many of your neighbors do support him?
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
This is a message to Donald Trump. Hey, Trump, you see all these folks behind me, all hard-working Mexican Americans? I know we all look alike to you, but these folks were born and raised here and working hard to make our economy grow. And the migrants that sometimes come alongside and work with these folks, whether it's this industry or the meatpacking or any other, they're here because they know how to work. You've never worked a day in your life, and you don't know what it takes to build this country. So you can take your work site raids that you and Tom Holman want to do and go shove them up your ass. Because at the end of the day, our economy is driven by people like this and by migrants and by so many others that simply want to come out here and come into this country and do well for themselves and their families.
This video is for President Trump. Man, we took a lot of hits for you, man. We've defended you, supported you, boat parades, truck parades, calling everybody, packing out, too big to rig. Your whole cabinet was built on transparency and draining the swamp. And I know you've done a lot of good, but this squashing the Epstein client list, I'm out. Imagine your kid coming home with A honor roll on his report card from school, but he stole a ring pop at the gas station on the way in the house. Just because you got good grades and all that don't mean we gonna just skate on past what you did. And here's the thing, I know you were buddies with Epstein. We all knew that. I don't think, based off the videos that I've watched and digging and asking ChatGPT and Grok and all these things, I don't think you were as dirty as the ones on that list. So, and the reason why is because Biden administration and the Obama administration, they would have let the cat out of the bag on that. If they spent $25 million of taxpayer money on the 2-year Russia hoax investigation, I can guarantee you they would have come off your connection with Epstein. But here's what I think. I think Israel's involved, and I think the CIA's involved. We already know what they did with JFK and Dr. Martin Luther King. There's some shady stuff going down. Go back and look at the documentary Black Hawk Down and all this regime change stuff the CIA and all them try to do. I think, given what's going on with Iran, I think Israel has something to do with it. And it troubles my spirit because I know biblically what I'm supposed to do. Or, coincidentally, you refused to release the list the same weekend as the big, beautiful bill was passed. So I want to know what Republicans are on that list and which Republicans that have lobbying firms that are in their pockets are on that list. Because we all know that the bridge was burned with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has got 220 million followers on X. When he talks, he's got a following. So we know that you had a hard time getting your big, beautiful bill passed. And we know politics. I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back. So is it Israel, the CIA, or Republican rhinos on that list? We want to know. And I know you're out in a couple of years, but it's going to be hard for JD to get elected with your name attached if y'all just going to stride over this. And I saw the way you talked to that reporter like Is people still talking about Epstein? Is people still talking? Yeah. And for somebody who runs all these massive rallies and talks to people, I know your boys knows what's going on, and I know Laura knows what's going on. They're connected to real people, blue-collar people. Don't act like you don't know that we're upset about the Epstein client list being dropped. We ain't forgot about you parading all those people up at the White House that had millions of followers on X, and they had their little binders with the Epstein list name, and then y'all called and told them don't say nothing about it. We ain't forgot about that. We ain't forgot about instead of arresting people, the Fox News interviews that Pam Bondi's been doing, talking about the Epstein list. It's on my desk, and blaming the office in Manhattan for not giving them the information. If somebody at the FBI deleted it, then talk about it. But don't tell us that there's not a client list when somebody's arrested and in jail for SA and everything else, that child exploitation and everything else that was done. The same people that put you in office are the same people that turn a cold shoulder to you. I hate it, man. You got us. And if you're still watching this video, you know why it's so hurtful. Because as a girl dad, and I look at the stats on what's going on with men and pornography and this child, it's awful out there. It's awful. I don't know of a more demonic, nasty time than what we're living in. And this internet and access to these young kids. And you're turning a blind eye to that? We stand on business. Can't be supporting somebody who's just going to sweep stuff under the rug.
We are very concerned about the current outlook. As a soybean farmer, we are dependent on trade. Right at 50% of the soybeans produced in the United States are exported. China takes more of our soybeans than all other foreign customers combined. So they're a major part of our market, and this trade war is very concerning to us right now.
Tell us a little bit more about that impact on you and this trade war with China and how it's already dealing a blow to you and your family business.
Well, the ag economy in general is already in a tough spot. The last couple years, prices have declined. Soybeans are down 40% from where they were 3 years ago. Cost of production are higher. Interest rates are higher. The overall farm economy is struggling. And then we add a trade war with our biggest customer, and it's going to result in lower prices. And quite frankly, there's not much room for error right now in the budgets. We're looking at basically losses for the upcoming year if commodity prices don't improve. And it's not just my family; it's farm families all across this country. There's 500,000 farmers that raise soybeans in the United States, and we're all in the same boat. We desperately need to get something rectified quickly with China, our biggest export customer. And we want to encourage the administration to get a proactive trade deal done. Let's get a phase 2 type deal done that's good for us and good for the country as a whole, rectify some of the issues we've had with trade and other issues, and move forward and it be positive instead of building barriers with tariffs.
The administration is saying, hang on, be patient. But given what you just laid out, how much patience can you afford right now?
Well, Pamela, right now we're planting a crop that looks like it will be produced at a loss. And by fall, when the soybeans are harvested and ready to sell, we're going to need a drastic improvement in our markets, or it's going to get even tougher for farm families all across this country. That trickles down to our rural communities. Our rural communities are a lot of folks across this country, and that impacts small business, that impacts just the whole infrastructure within our communities. It's not just our farm families. We want to keep this nation strong. We're the backbone of America. And I know the president has said he loves farmers, and I believe he does. I think he's trying to do what's right for this country. But we do want to make sure that our voice is heard and that realize that we got to make sure that we survive through these tough times. And we're going to need an improvement in our prices, and that's by having strong demand for the products we produce. We want to have good markets, and we want to have opportunities, and that's what we need.
We just want to work, sell our crop and have a decent life like everybody else. But if they would just leave it alone.
This trade war is going to impact literally every corner of the country. Some of those who are most uncertain about what this is going to mean is those in agriculture and farming. Like here, corn and soybean farmers and pork producers. Where does this trade war end?
I don't know where it ends. I hope it ends soon.
What is your message to the Trump administration?
Just stay out of it. I mean, if they would just leave it alone and let the free market do its job, everything would be okay.
This is going to be so far-reaching, not just because of the Trump administration's tariffs of goods imported into the United States, but it's about the question marks in the days ahead about the retaliatory tariffs that the likes of China, Canada, potentially Mexico, and Europe are going to place on U.S. goods that are either produced, like corn and soybeans, or manufactured and sent overseas.
There are a lot of people who are very concerned out there who voted for this administration. But, you know, they wrote it all down in Project 2025. I guess we should have paid a little closer attention to what was in that. I read the agriculture section. I know it better than I probably should. But it was there. It was all in writing. We probably should have paid closer attention to it. I'll just say this. I think it's time for this administration to recognize who put them into office and also to understand that these people are hurting, and this only adds to the hurt that they're already dealing with.
Regarding all these farmers that are now crying about possibly losing their farms because they voted for Trump, this is why you absolutely should not feel bad for any of these farmers that voted for Trump. Now, the ones that didn't vote, yes, feel sorry for them, go support them, do whatever you need to do. But the ones that voted for Trump, do not feel sorry for them, and let me tell you why. I am a builder, and I've been building shit in Oklahoma City going on like 20 years now, and farmers are not stupid. If you have the ability to manage a farm and understand the weather, the climate, your machinery, the chemistry that goes into your crops, you are not a stupid person. You're just not. And especially when you come from generational farming, you have the ability to look ahead and predict what you need to survive. And so when you have two candidates where you have Kamala Harris on one side giving you a whole fucking list of shit that she's going to do for you and make your life better, and then you have Trump on the other side who can't even come out with a normal sounding sentence, and you still vote for that guy, and you are a farmer, you are either racist or sexist or both. And they're only crying now because now they are being treated exactly how they voted for other people to be treated. Got that? They are being treated how they voted for other minorities, people of color, everybody else, poor people, sick people. That's how they voted for other people to be treated. And now they're the ones being treated that way by losing their livelihood, their homes, their income, their farms. So do not feel sorry for them. This is exactly what they had coming. Quick follow-up as to why exactly would Trump be doing this to farmers anyways, and I'm guessing 99% chance it's because he wants to bankrupt farms so his corporate buddies can come in and do a land grab. Basically what you have been seeing the last few years, major companies buying up a bunch of rental houses and jacking up the price of rents, and it's all going to corporations. It's probably something similar to let these farms go to foreclosure and his corporate buddies be able to come in, swoop them up, and now you've got bigger companies involved in more of our day-to-day food.
Never thought I was going to lose this much money this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
The past 2 years, Jim has been selling honey to the federal government, which then provides it to schools and food banks. But after Donald Trump took office, the USDA cut those programs suddenly as part of the federal government's effort to streamline spending.
For a lot of other local farmers around here, it was a major source of reliable revenue. For me, it's going to cost me around $150,000 a year.
$150,000?
Yeah, roughly 50% of my revenue.
That's a huge hit.
That's a massive hit.
I'm a supporter of President Donald Trump. Voted for him in this election and the last.
and the one prior to that. However, President Trump is about to allow JBS, the world's most corrupt beef organization, to become publicly traded in America. President Donald Trump will be the president that allows for the complete destruction of the small, independent family farms and cattle ranches if he allows this to go through. The SEC has already approved it. Now we're just waiting a mere few days for them to allow it on the stock exchange. And what's concerning is we haven't heard a word from the Secretary of Agriculture about this. We haven't heard any of the large
millionaires, billionaires,
cattle organizations that represent cattlemen speak out about this.
Yeah, you're not good.
They claim to represent cattlemen. The truth is they only represent the big guys. They're bought and paid for by the same organizations, JBS, Cargill, Tyson, National Beef, all the collusion that's happening.
Collusion.
Go do a very simple search and you'll see the millions and millions and tens upon millions of dollars that these companies have been ordered to pay for collusion
we knew
and
about
price
it.
fixing,
And you knew
which
about
has cost us our family farms and ranches.
We're gonna lose the
and
farm.
what that costs us as the people who aren't family farms and ranches is a stable food system.
Yeah.
As much as I'm a supporter of many of the other things that Trump is doing, anything else in the world that we're working to accomplish and achieve doesn't matter when you have famine and you starve to death.
Wow.
So, Mr.
Now you're
President,
worried about famine and
I love
food
you, appreciate you.
insecurity.
It is our job as citizens
And
to
you're
hold you
still
accountable.
supporting that.
And whoever you've got in your circle, they ain't speaking truth because
They ain't
you're about to
speaking
put us
truth.
in a whole world of hurt.
They're not listening to you, buddy.
Folks, I need you to share this. This is
I'm gonna
urgent.
share it. Oh yeah, I'm
We've only
sharing.
got a mere few days, and we need millions of people to put pressure to stop this. Or
Stop from taking my
it's gonna
farm.
it'll be a much harder fight to come back from.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Shake the hand to feed you.
Yeah. Oh, you silly Farmer Joe MAGA cult swallower. Now you're worried about your business, you're worried about your farm, and you're worried about food insecurities in America. Oh, you didn't think you farmers would be touched by your fallen angel up in D.C. And you're still calling out your Lord and Sataner. Hey, dude, he's not listening. He doesn't give a flying shit about you and your buddies. He's used y'all up already. Yeah. But your bros up in D.C. will be happy to snatch up your land when you have to foreclose.
Montana farmers are voicing frustrations over the Trump administration's use of tariffs. During a press briefing, farmers and ranchers highlighted what tariffs are doing to their livelihood. NBC Montana's Bowen West joined the hearing and breaks it down.
Tariffs are having a real impact right here in the Treasure State, with farmers and ranchers feeling it firsthand. Food systems moving out of the country, prices on food and tools going up, and broken trade relations are just a handful of the issues.
Nobody wants to do business with us, whether it's Japan, Australia, Europe, Paraguay, anybody. They don't want to do business with us because they have no idea what's going to happen. It doesn't make any good business sense.
A talking point was the impact tariffs have on the mental health of farmers. An expert said it's causing more stress. According to some estimates, farmers have a suicide rate as high as 3 times the national average.
Farmers and ranchers have the highest incident of suicide of any occupation in the nation.
At the end of the day, farmers aren't losing ground because of immigrants or a lack of border security. They're losing ground because of volatile trade wars, shrinking export markets, rising costs, and policies that leave them dependent on subsidies rather than building sustainable futures. Ironically, the very immigrant workers often scapegoated in political debates are the backbone of American agriculture, harvesting the crops and sustaining the labor force that family farms rely on. By voting based on cultural fears instead of economic realities, farmers risk undermining their own livelihoods and weakening the very industry they hope to preserve. The fixation on border walls and political slogans distracts from the pressing issues that actually threaten their way of life: unstable farm income, climate pressures, monopolization in agribusiness, and the lack of long-term investment in rural communities. What America's farmers need most isn't another round of rhetoric about the border. They need better access to education and information about how policy choices directly shape their land, their labor, and their bottom line. A more informed, policy-focused electorate in rural America could mean the difference between repeating cycles of crisis and charting a path toward a stronger, more resilient agricultural future.
I've never in my life faced a time, and I've been farming since 1993 on my own, where the outlook is so bleak financially.
In a year where crops have been tested by Mother Nature, the toughest test may lie just ahead for farmers. Harvest begins across Arkansas, but for farmers like Cliff Carter, the challenge will happen after.
This is the first time in my life farming that I still have crop in my bins that I can't sell.
Despite a good crop this year, Carter says the prices they get for those crops won't cover expenses. He's not alone. Ag America reported in March the agricultural trade could reach a record trade deficit. Carter says the price for crops has dropped drastically.
Basically, what we're getting out a bushel of corn or a bushel of rice would be like you making $5 an hour and trying to pay your bills at home. In today's time, we can't do it.
Carter says farmers face challenges from several angles. Earlier this year, tariffs were imposed on U.S. exports. Carter said while businesses can fight tariffs by raising their prices, the reality is not the same for farmers.
We can't do that. Our price, the price is set for us is global market.
He said those tariffs are costing farmers their biggest customers.
Mexico and China are the two biggest rice buyers for the United. They buy more rice off of us than anyone, and when they stop buying rice, we have nowhere to go with the rice.
Carter said it's not just tariffs. The rise in global competitors like Brazil is also hurting farmers. Selling domestically is an option, but
I was offered $3.90 a bushel for rice last week to make dog food out of. That won't even cover my seed cost hardly.
Agriculture is a $20 billion industry in Arkansas. Carter fears that failure for farmers won't just stop with them.
It won't be a trickle-down effect. It will be like flushing a toilet if the ag industry collapses.
Carter says farmers need help from the government to help bridge the gap between the cost of producing crops and selling them.
Rick Ekman says in the 3 days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break-even for his farm.
Never had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
Why not?
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people, and he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Why do you think so many of your neighbors do support him?
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
Does it affect the way you think about America?
It scares me.
Breaking news. The Trump administration has blocked a U.S. Department of Agriculture report showing a $49.5 billion deficit in agricultural trade products with the United States and the rest of the world due to his tariffs. The report was dated May 29th, and the report has been heavily redacted. Donald Trump held it up because he didn't want the world and didn't want the U.S. citizens and MAGA and others to see that because of his actions, farmers are going to lose billions and billions of dollars thanks to Donald Trump's trade policies. They did so before in his first term, where he had to bail them out to the tune of about $30 billion because of his trade war and tariff war with China at the time. Still seeing the same thing now. China and many other countries have canceled contracts with the United States. They're looking outside the United States to purchase, and farmers and those that are employed on farms are going to pay the price for Donald Trump. There you have it. Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and my burned out labels. They want to hide everything.
We want to have them come in, and we want to have them help our farmers. You know, you probably saw I got myself into a little trouble because I said, I don't want to take people away from the farmers. And we're going to do something I think that's going to be good, because we want all the criminals out. Everybody agrees that we're finding the criminals, the murderers, the drug dealers. We're getting them the hell out of here. But the farmers, some of the farmers, many of you sitting right here, I have 4 friends right in the 5th row. But some of the farmers, you know, they've had people working for them for years. And we're going to do something. If a farmer's been with one of these people that work so hard, they bend over all day. We don't have too many people can do that. But they work very hard, and they know them very well. And some of the farmers are literally, you know, they cry when they see this happen. If a farmer is willing to vouch for these people, in some way, Christy, I think we're going to have to just say that's going to be good, right? You know, we're going to be good with it, because we don't want to do it where we take all of the workers off the farms. We want the farms to do great like they're doing right now.
ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they're undocumented.
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you could also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. So we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Hey, do you think they realize how dumb they sound when they keep saying Biden's economy, Obama did this, Democrats did that? I'm surprised they're not bringing up Jimmy Carter. Like, the gaslighting is running out.
Across the United States, some of Donald Trump's strongest supporters are speaking out. And this time, it's with regret. These are the voices of voters who once proudly backed Trump in 2024, but now say they can't stand by that choice. Listen closely to their stories in their own words.
And we are back with another regret story from MAGA. Here's Crystal's story.
I voted for Trump and I'm sorry. I am uneducated. I grew up in public school system. I believed anything a teacher and a principal told me, and I didn't question it, and I walked in a straight line, and I didn't use critical thinking skills, okay? I didn't read Project 2025. I have a disabled child. I'm a single mom of 3. I believed what he said in those campaigns, and I fucked up, and I'm sorry, okay? Now, we're wanting accountability across the board. It starts with the people like me that made a mistake. I'm admitting it. The first step to progressing in anything is admitting that there is a problem. There was a problem in my judgment. I did not do my due diligence in my research, and I voted in a system that I had not enough awareness and knowledge of until shit started hitting the fan. So if you come for me in the comments and you start all of this hatred, because what we have right now are the people that voted for Trump and that are hiding that they don't agree, like me, like I was until I'm making this video right now. And then we have the people that didn't vote, and then we have the people that voted for someone else, okay? And then most of all, what we have are citizens of the United States, we the people, complaining that this administration needs to take accountability. We start by leading by example, okay? So if you come for me in the comments with hatred and resentment, because what you have is a resentment for the people that voted for this, that you're a part of the problem. Please accept my apology so we can unite, come together, and move on. Let's lead by example. I fucked up.
Hey, Crystal, you don't need to start out your videos letting us know that you're uneducated. By the time we finished it, we already knew, honey. We knew.
You voted for Trump? Yes, I sure did. I feel like I was tricked when you said you was going to close the border and go after the gangs, and then you probably only arrest 10 criminals and thousands of working class people. It's shameful. It's shameful what our nation has become. And you don't know what's going to happen to the kids. You don't, that's who I'm really worried about. We're talking about thousands. We're not just talking about 3 kids or 4 kids.
So many people chose to go down that rabbit hole to see if change was really possible with this administration instead of actually doing their research. Because there's no way you wouldn't have seen this coming if you watched the first Trump term. All I know is history is going to look back on these moments where fascism took over and where democracy died. It's probably going to be the title.
I didn't care how things were affecting others until it affected me. Am I proud of that? No. We live in a very cruel world, and sometimes the only way to survive is by being selfish. We are all just out here trying to survive as best we can. And although we may have good intentions and we may be empathetic and we may be compassionate, we will always put ourselves first because we have to survive. And if that means making a mistake in my vote or maybe putting my trust in the wrong person like I did, then that's what it means. I will always put the betterment of my family and vote in ways that I think will help my family above anyone else.
Here's the problem with voting for your self-interest. I understand Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When you're on the bottom and none of your needs are fulfilled, you can only think of yourself. But here's the problem with that, is you voted for your self-interest. So did everybody else in the Republican Party. Think about that for a minute. You voted for your self-interest, but you don't have anything. Like, you don't have anything. Like, that's what it is. But other people, rich people, they have a lot. So, of course, they're going to vote for their self-interest because they have something. You don't. You need the tribe, right? The socialized healthcare, the socialized dental care, schools, firefighters, police officers, all socialized systems. Is it clicking yet? You voted against the tribe. You know, humans didn't make it on their own. We always existed in a tribe, taking care of each other. You could only take care of yourself if you have something, and you don't have shit.
Many voters admit they never looked closely at the details. From tariffs that raised prices on everyday goods to healthcare plans that left families uncertain about coverage. Instead of policies, emotions and cultural divisions often drove their decisions. Now, some are questioning what they overlooked before casting their ballot.
The movement is taking hold for some people, and these are their voices. Stephanie Messina became a Christian nationalist in 2014, only a few years after she began her career as a pediatric respiratory therapist.
We were watching his addresses, and contrary to everything that I had been taught, being a trained respiratory therapist and working in one of the finest institutions in the country, I wasn't masking, and I was falling in line with all of these anti-science ideas.
Now, as a mom to 5 boys, Messina sees that a slippery slope led her into the Make America Great Again movement.
It isn't about Christianity, it's about control. MAGA is not about Jesus. I did 3 years of really hard work because I knew I needed to change. I knew that my wounds from my childhood, the Christian rights, Christian by name only, by the way, Christian nationalism, I will say it all day long, is Christian in name only, in name only.
Rich Logis considered himself a true MAGA supporter, but after the Republican response to the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, he decided enough was enough.
When I was in the MAGA community myself, we had a fantasy of killing the Republican Party and making it a MAGA party. And I think it is safe to say that that fantasy is now a reality and that the GOP, whatever it was before 2015, no longer exists.
Since then, Logis set up a community for those who have left MAGA or those afraid to leave. He connected with Stephanie Messina after she posted about her departure on social media. They've been working together since.
MAGA is as addictive as nicotine. A lot of, well-meaning people on the left will say it's so pathetic that MAGA people don't wake up until something terrible happens to them. And I'm like, but it's so very human. It's so very human to need a wake-up call.
I've learned a lot about how much bravery it takes for someone to acknowledge publicly that they made a mistake, that they were wrong, that they acknowledge those errors, and that they want to make amends for any statements, actions, or rhetoric that may have harmed others.
Hi guys, my name is Jenny. I am a former Christian nationalist and white supremacist. Doing videos like this is extremely hard for me. It's very uncomfortable. It shines a light on things that I wish didn't exist in my past, but I think it's important for people to know what's inside the mind of women like the person that I used to be. And this selfie right here, which I've never shared on my social medias until this week, really embodies everything about my mindset, and so I want to break it down for you. First, let me tell you how I became a white supremacist Christian nationalist. Very simply, I was born and raised. I was born into the Mormon Church, whose scriptures teach that black skin is a curse from God for the unrighteous. And from the time I was a very young girl, I was taught that the fact that I was white and of European ancestry, the quote from the Mormon scriptures is literally white and delightsome. That's in the Book of Mormon. I was taught that that was a sign that I was better than people who didn't look like me. So as I was learning to speak and to walk and learning the alphabet and how to read and write, I was also simultaneously being taught that the Lamanites, everyone brown-skinned on the American continent, was cursed from God and that I was superior to them. I was also simultaneously taught that America was a promised land that God had preserved for his most righteous and obedient children. And to me, that was members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Mormon scripture teaches that the Garden of Eden itself was on the American continent in Jackson County, Missouri, in a site called Adam-ondi-Ahman, and that Christopher Columbus was led across the ocean by the hand of God so that the righteous Europeans could repossess the American continent and restore the gospel of the Mormon Church in preparation for Jesus Christ returning to, guess where? Adam-ondi-Ahman, Jackson County, Missouri. I believed that the founding fathers were led by God and that the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bills of Rights were all written by the hand of God himself, just like the scripture. There was a little children's song that I used to sing from the time I was 2 or 3 years old. Book of Mormon stories that my teachers tell to me are about the Lamanites in ancient history. Long ago their fathers came from far across the sea, given this land if they live righteously. And this song goes on to talk about how that those people who are given the land of America are always led here by God, and that us in our day too have been led here by God, and we will be preserved and protected as a nation and as a community of believers in Christ as long as we're righteous. And that, my friends, that is the very definition of Christian nationalism, the belief that God created America and that America will only continue to exist as long as we are a Christian nation with his mantle of protection over us. So now to this little selfie here, because this just embodies everything. First of all, I am wearing my doTERRA shirt, which that's just such a Mormon thing. The essential oils company. I was a trad wife, but I did have an essential oils business, and I just feel like it's so classic. Around my neck, you'll see a little cross necklace. Now, Mormons don't typically wear the cross, but during this time, we were living in South Carolina, and my Baptist neighbors were very judgy. They were always telling me that Mormons weren't Christians, so I wore this cross proudly, just so the Baptists would know that, yes, we are Christians. And here's the crazy part. Right next to that cross, I have a Dixie flag pen. The only way I can explain that is I was racist. I was blatantly racist. I was a white supremacist. And the fact that I was totally comfortable having that little Dixie flag pen right next to my little mini cross tells you everything about the MAGA mindset that I have. This selfie was taken on our homestead where my little 102-pound racist Christian nationalist self was raising 4 children in the gospel.
I'm making this video because I voted for Trump, and a lot of my followers are Trump supporters. And I fully expect that I will probably lose a lot of friends and followers because of this opinion. First of all, if we are friends and you can't see past politics to continue being my friend, I just want to say I don't hold any ill will towards you. I totally understand if you feel the need to unfollow me, block me, and not be my friend anymore. I respect it completely. I just don't think we have the same Donald Trump that we had circa 2016 to 2020. This is not the same man. Somewhere along the way, he lost his way. to deny help to tornado victims. Then I heard he denied further assistance from FEMA to North Carolina. This is not the man we voted for. If you are upper middle class or below, I don't see how any of us are faring well under this president. And how long are we just going to close our eyes to it and pretend it's not happening because it's him? And at least it wasn't the other guy. I will no longer stand by and pretend that I have hope in this president, because I don't. This past weekend, what he did last night was 1,000,000% unacceptable. And if any other president did that, everybody would be losing their marbles. The cuts he made to programs that help lower income people, these secret dinners with people wearing masks. It's just craziness at this point, guys. And I just can no longer stand here and say I support it, because I don't. No, I'm not a Democrat. I don't trust the government at all. But I just hope our friendships are strong enough that you guys don't base it just on something political. But understand, I fully expect that I will lose friendships. And I'm sorry to see you go, but I hope you can understand my side as well.
So last night I was able to sit down with a few women on the right and talk to them, and here's what they had to say. It is how Christianity has been used as a weapon now. They see it as being used to incite PV across this country. Now, when I asked them about other things like prices going up, they said, yeah, we noticed it, but we just thought that it was maybe our area, that prices were going down other places and maybe they needed to shop differently, but they were brushing it off because they were being force-fed propaganda telling them that things were going down, and they had trusted what was being said because they trusted this administration. One woman referred to it as a hostage situation, that she felt she couldn't leave, that she had no choice, that this has been her whole life the past 8 years, that she didn't know what to do if she left because everybody in her life is on the right and they have made it their entire personality. It's what they talk about all the time. It's all they consume. It's their everything.
These Trump supporters in Maryland are finding out the hard way. Chrisfield, Maryland, a tiny seafood town on the Chesapeake Bay, voted overwhelmingly for Trump in 2024. They backed him hard. Even while their streets were flooding, businesses were leaving, and the town is slowly sinking into water. They thought Trump would look out for places like theirs. But I'm sure you can guess how much Trump cares about a little town in Maryland. If you said not at all, you'd be correct. His administration pulled the plug on a $36 million FEMA grant that Chrisfield had already won. Money meant to keep their town above water. Literally. After years of planning, after getting approval, after setting everything in motion, the town decided to vote against it by voting for Trump. The programs that were supposed to help small towns like Chrisfield deal with flooding and extreme weather, gone. And it's all thanks to the guy they voted for. And the mayor of Chrisfield is still holding out hope, hoping that their loyalty will count for something. They should have asked Mike Pence how his loyalty to Trump turned out for him. One local business owner had plans to build a hotel and marina. But now it's absolutely not happening anymore thanks to Trump. And another local business owner can't sell his marine shop. Probably because no one wants to buy in a town that might be underwater in a few years. Their police chief says if another big storm hits, Chrisfield might not survive it. And not metaphorically either. The town might just be gone. They voted for Trump thinking he would protect their small town, but instead they just voted to cut the lifeline that might have saved theirs. This is what happens when you vote for someone who doesn't believe in climate change, while your town is literally flooding. And you won't find any sympathy from me. You guys voted to pop yourself in the foot. Better yet, you guys voted to sink your own town. Congrats. You're getting what you voted for.
Ready for the ultimate fuck around and find out? Here it comes. Watch this, and then we'll discuss.
I need your help to save my farm and many other farms. I wanted to give you guys
Okay, this Jethro is experiencing the ultimate MAGA FAFO moment. I don't know if you've seen his videos, but he's posted a couple of videos where he's basically come on here and he said, I voted for Trump because, well, in a nutshell, because he loves Trump's hate agenda. He doesn't like the fact that immigrants are coming here and taking money from the government. Taking money from the government is evil. You should pull up your own bootstraps and work. So in the next sentence, he comes out and he says, I voted for Trump And Trump took away my government subsidy that helped my farm stay in business.
But you made us a campaign promise. And I remember you said it at every stop. I'm going to fix the economy and get prices more affordable. You ain't done none of that. Not even a little bit. Stores are price gouging us on tariffs. Stuff that they're putting on tariffs on. And guess what? They're made here in America.
This you?
Oh, you big mad, ain't you? Do you know how economics works? You know, if they didn't get tax cuts, they wouldn't be able to pay you a fair wage.
Oh. So you have no idea how this shit works.
You have done absolutely nothing to help that. I'm sorry, but, like, we're struggling. Like, you're erasing the middle class. You know, you said, oh, the left, they're all about erasing the middle class. No, you are too, because I know you got a lot on your plate, but man,
Stop making excuses. You were hoodwinked, bamboozled. You had the wool pulled over your eyes. He lied to you. You are nothing to him. You never were. You are nothing more than a check mark on a box in order to get him into the presidency. Someone needed to tell you a long time ago that to him, you don't matter. And you failed a very open book test.
It's Joe from Georgia. So voting has consequences, and those voters in the states of Kentucky and West Virginia are finding out that their vote, which, by the way, was overwhelmingly for Donald Trump in 2024, is coming back to haunt them. And the haunting is in the coal industry. The coal industry's had a tough time for decades. However, they had seen a new revival in that because they had a huge buyer in the world. Guess who? China. China is the biggest consumer of coal in the world, and they were buying it from companies out of West Virginia and Kentucky, where thousands of people are employed in the coal industry to make their living. Well, those people have been voting staunchly Republican for years. Well, in this instance, they are finally finding out that maybe they made a mistake. And not maybe, because the coal industry, once again, the largest consumer in the world of coal is China. The tariffs have made it to where China will not buy American coal. And without buying American coal, you're putting tens of thousands of people out of work in Kentucky, in West Virginia. So once again, voting has consequences, and you're finding out in Kentucky, in West Virginia. Good luck.
If you voted for Trump and now you're coming on the internet and saying that you regret it, I should be allowed to come over and pee on your bed.
Hey, do you think they realize how dumb they sound when they keep saying Biden's economy, Obama did this, Democrats did that? I'm surprised they're not bringing up Jimmy Carter. Like, the gaslighting is running out. I don't know if y'all feeling it or not. Like, it's to the point now when someone says, oh, it's because they want to give money to the illegals. Oh, because they want to give free healthcare to all the illegals. Like, man, shut that shit up. That is so old. Like, who's falling for that? Who's even getting upset that that happens besides looking at them like they're damn fools? Like, I don't know, MAGA. I hope this reaches MAGA. MAGA, are y'all still falling for that shit? Go ahead, drop the gaslighting lines down in the comments, because it's hilarious now. Because you people, 4 years ago, when the economy was booming, jobs were going crazy, everything was going good, like a proper legislation passed that helped all the states, and y'all were bitching. Oh, is this eggs? Woody, 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 woo. We know what you were hiding for. We know what you really wanted to say, but this is what y'all were going with. All right? Fast forward 9 months to now. Jobs being lost like crazy. Before the government was shut down, they were firing government workers, right? Those numbers probably aren't being calculated into all these numbers, okay? And ever since January, it's been Joe Biden's this, the previous administration's that. Like, have they even done anything good for them to prop up? Everything that they celebrate is a teardown. Literally. Oh, we ended USAID. Yay! Starved kids. Sick people around the world. Right? Oh, yeah, we're locking up borders. Yay! We got alligator Alcatraz. We're ripping families apart. What has been a righteous or good win that you celebrate? Think about that for a second. What has this administration done for the positive movement of Americans? Like a positive thing. Like, you know, for example, the infrastructure bill that was passed to help infrastructure around the United States and probably, you know, fix bridges and roads and all this stuff for the whole United States and the countries, except for, hold on now, guess what? The MAGA people or governors who didn't want to take it. I'm just saying, the gaslighting playbook is over with, man. Don't fall for it.
At the end of the day, elections aren't about slogans or sound bites. They're about policies that shape our lives. It's our responsibility as Americans to look past talking points, to research what candidates truly stand for, and to vote not based on status or appearance, but on the content of their character and the impact of their plans. We must confront classism, racial bias, and prejudice head-on, because if we ignore them, we risk repeating the same mistakes over and over again. If you found these stories important, please like, comment, subscribe, and share so more people can join this conversation.
So now I'm curious that grocery prices and all the prices of everything have undeniably increased everywhere for everything. Where were the people that were saying we don't pay the tariffs? I haven't heard anything from them. What say you now? Oh wait, let me guess. Your town, or wherever you live, the prices haven't gone up. Specifically for you.
Across America, frustration is growing. Supporters who once rallied behind Donald Trump now say his tariff policies are hitting their wallets hard. These are the voices of everyday Republican voters, the very people who helped put him in the White House. Listen closely to their stories.
This is concerning. Walmart raises prices by 45% in 30 days due to magnitude of the tariffs. Take a look. For example, this Fisher-Price baby toy went from $5.88 to $19.97. It's like double the price. Here's another example. A baby born doll jumped from $34.97 in March to $49.97 in May. And in a third case, a left-handed fishing reel sold by Walmart went from $57.37 to $83.26. And of course, look who's price matching? Target. Now, Walmart said pricing fluctuations are a normal course of business and are influenced by a variety of factors. They said we remain dedicated to managing inventory and reducing expenses to maintain everyday low prices. Those prices aren't low. Walmart's even said that they've sourced about 60% of what it sells in the U.S. from U.S. suppliers in an effort to reduce its reliance on Chinese goods. But a 38% price hike since May 21st? That's nuts. I've even seen videos where Walmart employees are showing clothing that don't even have price tags on them. They removed all the price tags. This is how bad it's gotten since the tariffs. All I can say is it's going to be an expensive Christmas.
Why should American taxpayers bail out farmers who are hurting because of the president's tariff policies?
Well, look, I think that the farmers, and I represent a lot of them, and they want nothing more than open markets. There are markets right now that aren't open to some of our commodities. And as a consequence of that, we've got a big harvest coming in here in South Dakota, corn and soybeans, and no place to go with it. So what the president has said is, I'm going to support and I'm going to help our farmers. And so we are looking at, I'm a member of the Senate Ag Committee, have been for some time, and we're looking at potential solutions to make sure that we can help support farmers until some of those markets come back.
Okay, so let's run through the 4 new tariffs that are going to kick off next Wednesday. We have a 100% tariff on all imported pharmaceuticals, a 50% tariff on kitchen cabinets and bathroom vanities, 30% on upholstered furniture, and a 25% on heavy-duty trucks. I know we're not driving big rigs, but that is how your groceries get to the grocery store. So if the costs for those go up, it could trickle down to your groceries. Now, the most significant one on that list, of course, is the drugs. Over $230 billion of imported drugs came into the U.S. last year. And remember, when this was first floated, a lot of the industry said, hey, this could mean higher prices for Americans, reduced access to some of your medications, and potentially higher insurance costs. Now, what I do want to caveat is this announcement says that any drug company that has broken ground or is in construction on new manufacturing facilities in the U.S., they are exempt from that tariff. So companies like Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, some of those big drug makers have already committed to tens of billions of dollars. So they would be exempt in this case. So that's something to watch there. The upholstered furniture, the bathroom vanities. I know my mom's watching this. She's going, I'm doing my home renovations. This could mean higher prices, and especially for those low-income and middle-income consumers that are importing that cheaper furniture from China and India, it could be a concern.
And then if people aren't redoing those bathrooms and kitchens and they're not hiring contractors and carpenters and plumbers, it could wash through the economy.
I understand our reaction here in America as Democrats to say, screw the farmers, they voted for this, F around and find out. But I am telling you, as Democrats, why we have to continue fighting for the American farmer the way we always have been. So this big windfall for countries like Brazil and now Argentina, thanks to the Trump administration's $20 billion socialist check that they just gave Argentina. This is a big win for farms in Brazil and Argentina, because now countries like China and other countries get to bypass the American farmer and purchase directly from these countries. What you don't know is that a lot of these commercial farms in these countries are owned by the same American financial interests that donated and voted for Donald Trump. So think commercial farming eating up the American farmer thanks to Donald Trump, because it's American countries that are going to experience a big boom, big profit margins, because they're going to expand in these countries in which they already own crops. And what will these American-owned companies do to take advantage of this? They'll bulldoze rainforests to expand their crops.
More money coming in from MAGA. Thank you, President Trump. Have you heard the latest? President Trump is now going to be giving out tariff dividend checks. Yes, because the United States is bringing in so many hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs that President Trump wants to share it. So now we'll be getting tariff dividend checks on top of the Doge stimulus checks that are on the way for $5,000. This is unbelievable stuff. Not to mention, President Trump lowered the price of eggs 400%. So that $4 dozen of eggs you go to buy at the store, you now get back $16. That's right. And he also lowered prices on prescription drugs 1,500%. That's right. So now your $100 prescription, you get back $1,500. Thank you, President Trump. You are something else. Oh, MAGA.
We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, we're going to give it to
our government's going to give us a little bit of a, I guess y'all going to call it a bailout. It's a subsidy.
As a lifelong farmer, having been retired because my profoundly disabled child could no longer live on the farm, you've got to be kidding me. It was okay for you if he lost his health care. You didn't care. You don't care that ACA premiums are going up 75%. You don't care that my 90-year-old mother can't get medical care. She was a farmer too. She was born during the Great Depression. But a bailout for you and nothing for her, nothing for my child, and nothing for anyone else's child. You've got to be kidding. And if anybody's still here, the tariffs are my money and your money, not the government's money.
Contraction, not good. Negative 32,000 is the headline number for ADP, which is obviously the worst in quite some time. Goods producing jobs down by 3,000 within that category. Construction off by 5,000. People have been waiting for that. Manufacturing down by 2,000. 28,000 service industry jobs, ADP says, were lost. 19,000 in leisure and hospitality, and professional and business services down 13,000. The only real positive category is education and health services, which is always the big hiring place, 33,000 on the month.
Y'all, Trump just said today that the tariffs are doing so well, he thinks they're going to be the money we operate on instead of federal income taxes. He said to begin with, the people making $200,000 or less will be the first ones to go tax-free, baby. Looking forward to that. It just keeps getting better, y'all.
Well, it has officially happened. I have been personally impacted by the tariffs. I am going on a trip and I wanted to look cute on the trip, so I ordered some clothes, okay? I thought I was all good. I placed the order at the end of March before any of the tariff stuff happened. I ordered it from the UK, not a big deal. Actually, doesn't matter where you order it from, matters where it's made. So I got hit with this hot little bill from FedEx, $372. Of that $372, most of that is coming from one particular item. I ordered this cute little sweater vest. See this picture here? Made in China. So my $58 sweater vest went to almost $200 because of this 125% tariff for Chinese goods, because it was not made in America, it was made in China. These tariffs don't affect the companies. They're just gonna pass the cost on to us. I took economics in college and it's been a while, but tariffs are bad economic policy, and that's a hill I'll die on. Well, I didn't vote for this. Why do I have to find out?
Many Republican voters admit they never took the time to understand what tariffs really meant. They thought it was only foreign countries that would pay the price. But in reality, it's American farmers, small businesses, and families that are now feeling the squeeze. And the cost keeps climbing.
I know goddamn good and well we're not about to write some fucking socialist checks to all these MAGA farmers complaining about how they're about to lose everything as a direct result of their own fucking actions. Is that really where we are right now? So you voted the way that you did out of bigotry and racism, hatred, blind fucking ignorance, sheer morbid stupidity. You voted for what's happening to you. And now, on the verge of you losing everything, you demand that the government give you a handout after you just voted for them to get rid of all the social safety nets because of the freeloaders. And that's the issue with you dumb fucks, is that you think this country is for you. You think the Constitution is for you. You think everything is for you, and no one else deserves anything. If someone else loses their job or their health care, gets sick. Fuck you. Eat shit. I don't care. That's your fucking attitude. That's what you say to these people. To everyone. But when you fucking need it, well, that's what it's for. It's your God-given right to receive handouts from the fucking government, isn't it? You fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna be honest, I hope you lose everything. I hope your entire life fucking crumbles around you. And there's nothing you can do about it. But, on the bright side, once you become homeless, you can just come join the rest of us in these fucking labor camps and gulags that they're setting up for the homeless people. Just come join us, it'll be fine. And also, we can probably re-gift you some thoughts and prayers that you guys have been throwing at us over the school shootings over the past, I don't know how many decades, because those don't do shit. If you want those back, you can have them back. Thoughts and prayers.
There's not much sweeter than an FAFO moment, and the owner of Montana Knife Company is finding out in a big way. Owner Josh Smith came on this app and said that tariffs were going to affect his company zero. He held up an egg to show it was going to be zero because America First and America Made was finally going to be on top. Now, a year later, from July to this July, his bill for equipment rose $100,000. He can't understand why the cost of business went up $100,000 between this year and last. I wonder what it is. Because American made does not mean American source. The owner of Montana Knife Company thought he was going to be safe from Donald Trump's policy, and instead he is on the receiving end, just like so many other Americans. He thought America first and these tariffs were going to protect him, and at the end of the day, Donald Trump is going to cripple his business just like everything else he touches.
I did vote for Trump, and now I will deal with the aftermath of the tariffs. I compared 2024 first quarter to 2025 first quarter. I am down 70%. I'm not willing to say that that's due to the decisions of the administration yet, because my business does run in cycles. When it comes to the items that I import directly from China, like the pens, pencils, coffee mugs, keychains, calculators, that's all been affected immediately. I also had a quote for rubber ducks that I was working on, 5,000 rubber ducks. And my unit cost went from below 30 cents to just below 50 cents overnight. Consequently, that order of ducks is on hold. I also have 10,000 poker chips on hold. I have 2,000 hats on hold. This is all merchandise I could be selling right now. Yes, I do have some investments that are down, which is affecting me on the personal side. Now we're not sure which direction we want to go.
Republicans in farm country are utterly livid at the Trump administration for an, frankly, inscrutable, utterly outrageous bailout that it made to Argentina last week. But why are farmers angry? So here's why. Because of Trump's trade war with China.
So farmers in Argentina were given $20 billion, and then Argentina got rid of their export tax, so they sold their soybean to China. China doesn't need any U.S. farmer soybean. I have an even bigger double whammy. That money that Donald Trump is promising farmers is not going to happen, if ever. And if it does, it's going to be penny on the dollar. The Supreme Court is going to be hearing about the legal abuse or authority of Trump imposing tariffs. That's why he's telling them down the line, sometime soon, he's going to give them money. He can't spend that money because he might have to give it all back to U.S. importers. You know, your neighbors, your businesses, your small businesses here in the United States. We cannot possibly make up for what farmers are going to lose this year. We cannot possibly make up for what they're going to lose in 2026, 2027, or 2028 when he's still in office. There's no way we could possibly make up for that. So just know, we used to trade with China, no problem. You voted for this, you get what you voted for.
MAGA, this video is going to be primarily for you. And I have a question that I want to ask you, and I want to ask it in good faith. So hear me out. put your defenses down, and honest answers. So maybe you haven't heard this, but Trump is about to give Argentina a $20 billion bailout. Now, what you have to understand is a lot of the money that Trump is giving to Argentina is going to be used to help their farmers. How? That money is going to allow Argentina to drop their duty and tax restrictions on the crops that their farmers send to China and other countries. Meanwhile, in the United States, Trump is bankrupting all of our farms. Well, most of them. And almost every soy farm. Because we used to sell billions of dollars of soy to China every year. And now, what is that number this year? Absolutely fucko. That's because of the tariffs that Trump has imposed on China. So it's not hard to look at this equation. And I want you to tell me, how does this make America great again? Where you tariff the shit out of your own businesses, your own farmers in the United States to the point where they go out of business, and you support the farmers in Argentina to the point where you give Argentina $20 billion. I'm just curious as to what you think about this, because if I remember correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong, but MAGA was the movement that was all rah-rah about Doge, eliminating government waste, right? To the point where you all were happy. You said, look at how great Trump is. He's giving us all this $8,000 check. By the way, how'd that work out for you? Again, just honest answers appreciated, because you need to see the reality of the situation. There's a big difference between what Trump says and what he does. Don't listen to what he says. Look at what he does.
Hey, Nebraska, you need a tissue for your issues? Hey, Nebraska, save the drama for your mama. What happened, Nebraska? Did voting for Trump ruin your economy? Oh, that's weird. That's so weird. It's kind of like we told you so, right? Oh, I love this. I like to stick it in your face and rub it in. It's kind of like, when Trump was telling everybody he was going to come after the undocumented people in this country that were working hard and deport them, that they would kind of move to a state they felt safe in. And apparently, Nebraska wasn't one of them. They packed up their stuff and they headed on out to a state that would welcome them with open arms. So now you're going bankrupt. And as somebody that lives in a blue state, I could give a shit less. Boo-hoo.
He lost $7 million in one day after publicly endorsing Trump for months and months and months. The tariffs hit him like a Mack truck. You can't make this up if you tried. So you all know that famous influencer, Dave Portnoy, also the owner of Barstool Sports, who does the reviews of like pizzas in New York City and was even on episodes of Bar Rescue. But let me show y'all the clip before Trump won the presidency, because you can't get it out.
It's like, I'm voting Trump. If Kamala wins, I hope she's awesome. It's like, if you root for a team that you think stinks and's bad, you should be pleasantly surprised if they're like, yes, that's my team.
He said if they stink and they're bad. How stinky does losing $7 million in 24 hours feel? No, but here's the crash out. I forgot to show you the crash out.
Trump has put his tariffs all over the place, get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it. I'm down $7 million.
It's just so good. It's so good.
This moment reminds us how important it is to truly understand the policies of any potential presidential administration. We cannot rely on sound bites or talking points. We have to dig deeper and do the research ourselves. As Americans, it is our duty to vote not for skin color, wealth, or status, but for the content of a leader's character and the impact of their choices on our nation. We must also face racial bias and prejudice directly, because if we ignore it, we risk repeating the very mistakes that divide us. If you believe in this message, like, comment, subscribe, and share so more people can hear it.
How do y'all keep voting for this? How are we here? I'm a widow, a single mom. I work all the hours. I have a part-time hustle. What do you want me to do?
They put their trust in bold promises. Now many say they're paying the price with their health. Across the country, MAGA voters and many other Americans are speaking out as they face the loss of health care coverage they once believed was protected. Listen closely to these first-hand stories of trust, shock, and consequences unfolding right now.
Millions of Americans are facing much higher health care costs after Congress went home for the holidays without renewing Obama tax credits. Subsequently, health insurance costs are going up next year for about 22 million people. The average policy will be twice as expensive. The House of Representatives tried to force a vote to extend subsidies for 3 years, but House Speaker Mike Johnson says that won't happen until next month.
Let's talk health insurance for a type 1 diabetic. My new rate for January 2026 is $1,417.
I am really curious on what other parents are doing for insurance for their children for 2026, specifically if you're a single parent. My ex-husband usually carries the children, but he has his own company and it's very small, so he has used the marketplace. And my children are on 2 separate plans, long story. But anyway, both of those plans are disappearing from Kansas this year. And so anything that's remotely affordable, which I use that term very loosely because insurance is not affordable these days, is not accepted by Children's Mercy Hospital, which my youngest daughter had a very difficult summer with a heart procedure. She ended up getting a blood clot. And so us being able to continue care through Children's Mercy is very important to us. And the other option is to go through my work insurance. However, they don't pay any money towards family plans. So it's going to cost almost $900 to pay out of pocket. And that's not affordable. I definitely can't afford that. That's not an option for me. So I'm just wondering what parents are doing.
I'm pissed off after getting an email last night from Blue Cross that my insurance, my affordable Care Act insurance for my family of 3 is going from $600. They're just going to go ahead and draft the new price, which is $2,400 out of my account on December 31st. And the fuck they're not. I had to cancel my fucking health insurance, which my family is a family that has high cost medical needs. So that's fucking awesome. Thanks, guys. Good job.
So I received my letter from my PBM to let me know that as of January 1st, 2026, my insurance company will no longer cover my Zepbound. They've also shared that they will not be covering Saxenda, Wegovy, or again, Zepbound. They let me know that this was a decision that was made by my employer.
I'm kind of spiraling. I'm just going to be honest. Because I'm thinking about how in the new year, my insurance will not be covering Zepbound. And I'm also someone that tries to be positive. So I feel like I'm like negative and I'm like, why am I so focused on that? And then I'm like trying to be grateful for the amount of time that my insurance did cover the medication, because now having a following on TikTok and sharing so much with all of you, I'm reading so many comments of like people that weren't able to ever get coverage. And so I'm trying to stay in a place of gratitude, but like I'm just keeping it like so real and 100. I'm just really worried about the future of not being on Zepbound.
Most Americans are receiving an increase that they can't afford. For instance, I'm receiving, as somebody being self-employed, 75% increase. Yes, health insurance is expensive, but kicking 28 million Americans off will be more expensive. Let me explain. Number one, when I get sick, I'm going to the emergency room. I'm going to be sitting with all you people who have health insurance or who don't have health insurance. If people cannot pay the bill, that will be passed on to the consumer from the health insurance company. Instead of our government doing something about regulating healthcare, they chose to kick 28 million people off of healthcare, even though our taxes go to nothing.
The cost of health insurance in 2026 is bananas. Mine went from $50 with tax credits to $250 for next year. So I canceled my health insurance today. Very quick and easy. She literally was like, "You want to cancel?" And I said, "Yeah." That was it. There are going to be so many people that are going to have to cancel their health insurance this year. No one's going to have health insurance. This is crazy. Or they're going to be paying an absurd amount of money on health insurance. And at that point, you got to question, is it cheaper to not have health insurance and just go to the doctor once or twice a year? Or would you rather spend thousands of dollars a year on your health insurance? Good luck, y'all, because it's wild out there.
Having a chronic illness and about to be uninsured. That's what I dealt with today. So for those of you that do not know, fun fact, I have pulmonary arterial hypertension. It is not regular high blood pressure. Don't fucking come at me. It's very rare that you get this, and lucky me, I have it. And I've had it for like 13 years. That being said, the subsidies have not passed yet. So my $200 insurance that I currently pay for right now is going to be over $800 without the subsidies. And I make too much money for Medicaid. So what happens to us people in the middle?
So I just found out that my insurance is going to stop covering my Zepbound. Yeah. I'm going to keep it real. I am kind of devastated. I've been on Zepbound for 72 weeks. I am down 75 pounds. Zepbound has changed my life in so many ways. And I'm going to be honest, the main reason I'm scared to get off of it it was because I'm scared I'm going to gain all the weight back faster than I lost it.
You guys, I called to get a quote for an MRI today. My daughter may need one of her knee for a sports-related injury. And the cost was more expensive running it through insurance than it was for cash pay. And these providers are under contract not to tell you that it may be cheaper if you ask to be a cash pay patient. You have to ask that. I called, so as not to raise any red flags, I called 2 different providers. One of them, I ran it through my insurance. One of them, I asked for a quote for cash pay. And this infuriates me. Insurance is a scam and people don't know what questions to ask. It's crazy. I'm seriously thinking about abandoning our health insurance and going with a health share, one of these health share plans.
You think the ERs are full now and the hospitals are full now and the wait times are terrible? Let's wait and see what happens when people can't afford their healthcare insurance. I'm a hospital doctor and I'm already we're full up to here with patients, literally patients spilling out into the hallway, don't have enough rooms for them, don't have enough docs around, don't have enough nurses to see them all the time. And when people lose their healthcare, they stop going to see the doctor for preventative medicine. They wait till things get bad, and then where do they go? They show up at the ER, and then they have to get admitted to the hospital because they have terrible diseases that haven't been managed. So the public system effect that this is going to have on everybody, it's going to suck, guys. It's going to be awful.
I get my healthcare through the New York State marketplace. I get the catastrophic plan, meaning like the lowest plan, meaning if I want to go and get my eyes checked, I have to pay out of pocket, but I just want insurance in case I get hit by a bus, okay? I got that through Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield last year and paid $330 a month for nothing, for bare bones. If I went to the doctor, I still had to have a copay. When I had to get like weird surgery on my foot, I had a copay. That same plan, $805 monthly. $805 monthly for a catastrophic insurance plan. They no longer offer the catastrophic level. They now call it bronze. $805.
This is to the United States government and healthcare. Just would like to say that, where the hell is the reset button? Because we need a full factory frickin' reset. I don't know how people are expected to survive. I don't understand how anyone in America, you have insurance so that you can pay for your bills, right? And then your bills are still thousands of dollars, and then you lose insurance, and then your bills are still thousands of dollars, but yet it's even worse somehow, but you still owe more money. It's like, what even? Can somebody explain anything about why anything works here? Because it doesn't make any friggin' sense to me.
From canceled plans to unaffordable care, families describe the fear and uncertainty now shaping their daily lives. These voices reveal how quickly policy changes can become personal, and why many say or claim the consequences were never fully explained.
So I have kidney failure and I'm losing my health insurance next year because I cannot afford it to go up so much. And my company has decided that they don't want to pay benefits anymore. So that's cool. So I couldn't even afford to use the health insurance I was paying for this year. So that's awesome. My mom told me to either fix it or keep it to myself.
Has anyone checked out their premiums for the new year on the ACA? Because I fucking have. And let me tell you, they have more than tripled. More than fucking tripled. I was paying like $250, or I currently am paying like $250 a month. They are over $700 fucking dollars. $700 fucking dollars.
Our premium was $2,120. Next year, our premium will be $34,000.
We were paying roughly $13,000 a year. Our premiums for 2026 are going to go up to $29,000 a year.
It is going up from $356 to $2,184.
My best friend is type 2 diabetic and she's on insulin. Her insulin is over $1,000 for each vial. They can't afford that. They have 2 kids and their health insurance is going from $200 a month with subsidies because of low income to now it's going to be almost $1,400 a month because the subsidies were cut. Their employer's health insurance is actually more expensive than going through Marketplace. But don't worry, I'm sure several of you will say they just need to work harder, right? Not that healthcare just needs to do better.
Our current premium is $443 a month.
Through the ACA.
Through the ACA, and which is manageable for us, both retirees. However, it's going up to $2,224 a month. We are kind of in shock. That's without the subsidy. With the subsidy, it's manageable for us. We still live paycheck to paycheck, but it's manageable. The Affordable Care Act, we sort of counted on that in the interim period as retirees to sustain our health care. Without the subsidy, we honestly don't know what we're going to do.
Without the subsidy and with that kind of increase, it's like buying another house and trying to pay for 2 houses at the same time. Yeah, so we don't know what we're going to do exactly. We don't know how we're going to have some health insurance.
We just got our benefits for next year.
What I'm currently paying $240 every 2 weeks for is going up to $709 every 2 weeks. That does not include my 401k, my vision, my dental, my disability insurance. How can I possibly survive paying $1,500 just in medical coverage? Just in medical coverage. They already kicked our spouses off of our coverage because they said if your spouse can get insurance through their job, we're cutting them off. So not only did you cut them out, it tripled. $700 just for medical benefits every 2 weeks. I'm not even talking about a month. This is bi-weekly. How is this? And I work in medical. How is this fair? How does this work for anybody? I can literally cry. I have a daughter that's graduating college next year. I have a daughter that's getting married next year. On top of that, we have to live. How? How can anybody live spending just $1,500 a month just in healthcare that doesn't cover our dental, that doesn't cover our vision? On top of that, there's a $2,000 deductible and a 20% co-insurance. So either way, anytime we go to the doctor, anytime we do anything, we got to come out of pocket. On top of what I'm already paying. When in the fuck is this nation supposed to be great again? Because it's getting worse.
I found out today from the marketplace that instead of paying $650 a month for health insurance for my son and me, I'm now going to be paying with my current plan $1,151 and some cents per month for my monthly premium. And my deductible is increasing from $1,500 to $4,000. I'm self-employed, so I don't have the option for employer health insurance, and I'm a single mother, so I don't have a spouse I can get health insurance from. And you would think if monthly premiums are doubling, surely my pay would also double from the health insurance companies, but unfortunately that isn't how it works.
This is America. I am 60 years old and have no health care. None. I'm helping take care of my parents, so I had to take a leave of absence from my job. The Affordable Care Act for me is $472 a month, and I surely can't afford that with no job. And I just want you to know there's a lot of us out there.
Okay, I need to know if we're alone in this. I am pretty desperate for some feedback. We are experiencing the health insurance crisis as a family. So as everybody knows, the open enrollment just ended or is ending like today or something. Our insurance for a small family of 3, a very low insurance plan as well, at marketplace pricing, qualifying for a subsidy is going from, it was $170 a month, which I'm very thankful that was so low. I'm aware of that was low. It is jumping to $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month for a single income family. We are self-employed. My husband owns his own business. And I, for the most part, stay at home with my son because childcare in Charleston, South Carolina is outrageous. And our insurance is going to be $1,000 a month. And we have another baby on the way. So I don't even want to know what it's going to be once we add him to the insurance plan. So I need to know, are we just doing this? Lots of tears have been shed. This is marketplace pricing, qualifying for a subsidy, $1,000 a month. Are we just saying okay and paying? We just signed off on it last night because baby's due in January. So I need insurance. But I'm literally sick to my stomach. We've cried. I've cried. I'm so sorry for all the families that are going through this as well. And I know that there are bigger issues in the world. I do know that. But I don't even know. I don't know.
$935 for a high deductible plan for my daughters and I to be on my own employer's health insurance. I'm a teacher. I should not have to have 3 jobs to just pay health insurance. My district is raising my premiums $300 a month. So I'm going from an already high premium of $630-ish to $935 for the lowest plan. This is high deductible with high deductible co-insurance, co-pay, just to be idle. They want to take 1/5 of my salary. That doesn't include dental. That doesn't include vision. And that's just for me and my daughters. That is criminal. That is freaking criminal. All of that, and it's not even good insurance. It doesn't even cover my daughter's thyroid medication. It doesn't cover GLP-1 medication for the intended diagnosis that it treats, but with an FDA freaking approval. They're taking that away in January. How do y'all keep voting for this? How are we here? I'm a widow, a single mom. I work all the hours. I have a part-time hustle. What do you want me to do?
I heard just a few days ago from one of my constituents, a single mother with 4 children who gets her insurance through the Affordable Care Act exchange. And her medication costs $20,000 per dose. She needs 4 doses per year. Her premiums are about to go up by 500%. I heard from another constituent a few days ago, a woman in her early 60s who waits tables for a living, who's fighting breast cancer. She needs chemo monthly. Her premiums are now going to be $500 per month. She can't afford it. She's going to have to give up her insurance in the middle of chemotherapy while she's fighting breast cancer. What are people supposed to do when they lose health insurance in the middle of a cancer battle? What are parents supposed to do who already can't make ends meet, who are going to see their premiums go up 500% when they need life-saving medicine that without insurance costs $80,000 per year? So in this building, maybe it's about the politics, but in the real world and in Georgia, this is life or death.
The stories you've heard today show how deeply healthcare decisions can affect real lives and that who you vote for matters. For many who once trusted political promises, the loss of coverage has brought fear, anger, and a painful sense of betrayal. These experiences remind us that policy debates don't happen in a vacuum. They shape health, stability, and survival for millions of people. If these voices helped you understand what's at stake, please like, comment, subscribe, and share this video to help get the word out. And click the video on your screen to hear more first-hand stories unfolding across America today.
Okay. I cannot watch one more TikTok about how women are safe and how, medical emergencies are protected. No, they are not. No, they are not. And I am somebody who died.
Today, we examine powerful stories from women confronting the real-life consequences of changing abortion laws. One mother's near-fatal experience has forced a painful reckoning with policies she once supported. Listen closely as these voices share how deeply personal and life-altering these moments have become.
I voted conservative.
Well, that was your first mistake.
Craziest thing has happened to me a few weeks ago, and I really feel the need to share it.
No, a very predictable thing that feminists have been warning women like you about for decades happened to you.
I almost died. I almost died because I was denied medical care here in Iowa after being diagnosed with a fatal fetus. So my baby was not going to make it. There was no chance of it. Shortly after that, my health started to rapidly decline, and I was not able to seek care in a timely manner or nearly at all without really, truly advocating for myself. And I almost died.
They don't care. The party you voted for doesn't care that you almost died.
And in 2025 America, I don't think that should even have to be possibly an option.
This is exactly the America you wanted, ma'am. This is the America you voted for. An America where they let women die by denying them basic health care.
I was told to miscarry at home or wait it out or ask Google what to do when I asked where could I go for a resolution to my problem.
Because the party you vote for created a world where that's what you have to do, where your doctor is not legally permitted to give you sound medical advice because they would go to jail.
Sorry, our hands are tied. We can't tell you. What is the point of you? Why am I hitting up Google and ChatGPT for my medical advice?
What happened to you is exactly what you voted for.
What in the world? So I had a fetus in me that's poisoning me from the inside out, and I'm not allowed to choose me? Where's the pro-life in that?
Criminalizing abortion is not pro-life because criminalizing abortion puts women's lives in danger.
Pro-life, like choose me, choose the mother. We're completely forgetting the mother in this situation. At no point should a dying fetus have more precedence.
A dying fetus should not take precedence over a live adult woman. Liberals, progressives, feminists, we try to create a world where you get to choose you, where you get to do what's right for you. But you didn't want that world, did you? But that's what criminalizing abortion does. That's what fetal personhood does. In giving personhood to a fetus, you take away personhood from the woman who's carrying that fetus.
This is not what we voted for, you guys.
Yes, it is. This is exactly what you voted for. And we tried to tell you. We've been trying to tell you for 50 years, and you didn't want to listen. So forgive me if I'm struggling to feel sorry for you in this moment.
This is not it. Doctors should not be afraid to do their job.
They shouldn't be. But again, Republicans guaranteed that they would be.
Politics and religion have no place in healthcare. They have no place on my body, on my health.
If you believe that, then why did you vote Republican? How do you not see the connection between the party you vote for and the situation that you are in now? You thought that you would never need an abortion. They told you you were a good girl. And if your life is in danger, there's an exception. I bet you that's what they told you, right? I hope you get it now. I hope you finally understand how important abortion rights are. And I hope you vote differently in the future.
I died in the hospital during a miscarriage because the doctors didn't know what to do with me because of the laws that were passed in Texas. I had been to the OB, found out that the baby didn't have a heartbeat and that I was going to miscarry obviously at some point. So a few days later, I woke up and I was in a pile of blood in my bed, and my partner at the time took me to the emergency room. When we got there, I was questioned multiple times about whether or not I even knew if I was pregnant, but I was bleeding through not only the towel, not just a hand towel, a towel in my pants and through my pants. She kept coming in and saying, I'm sorry, they just don't know what to do with you, which was very confusing to me considering I knew that I needed a D&C. That was the obvious choice. And I didn't understand why it wasn't happening because I wasn't thinking about all the laws that had just been passed that were preventing them from making that decision, even though it was turning into a medical emergency. No one had even checked to see how much blood I had lost. Unfortunately, when they gave me the morphine, it sent me into cardiac arrest because of how much blood I had lost. And I had to be resuscitated. Only after I was resuscitated were they willing to then rush me to an emergency D&C. When they took me in there, I had to sign all sorts of paperwork saying that if they needed to while I was in surgery, that they could give me that blood transfusion. I ended up in the ICU for a few days while they watched my blood levels. And again, all of this due to the fact that they were afraid to make those decisions because of the laws that have been passed in Texas. So I died. And there are plenty of women who don't get resuscitated.
I got pregnant at 17. We're still in school. And we both agreed that, of course, at the time, we were not ready for kids. We were entirely clueless on what the landscape was for abortion other than the fact that it was inaccessible here in Texas. And so that's when I texted my mom and asked her, what do I do? And she was like, just call Planned Parenthood and see what they say. And of course, first thing I got told was, not an option here in Texas. When I found out I was pregnant, I was 8 weeks pregnant already. And that was one of the biggest wake-up calls for me, was realizing that, a 6-week abortion ban, that's 42 days. My cycle is 38 days long. So I would have essentially had 4 days to find out I was pregnant, schedule the appointment, get the appointment, do all the aftercare. And that's just entirely unfeasible. I wouldn't have even known that I was pregnant at that point. And so it just in that moment felt extremely unfair. They gave me phone numbers to a bunch of clinics in Oklahoma and New Mexico, just in a bunch of surrounding states, and I just started calling. I was at home and I was frantically calling, trying to figure out like what were the available dates, how much was this going to cost, how long are we going to have to travel. It was just like, what are we going to do? Just trying to wrap my head around what was going to happen. And then the next day was when I found a clinic in Albuquerque, New Mexico that had availability. And it was the soonest availability, even though it was a month out. So I found out I was pregnant at 8 weeks. The soonest I could get an abortion was at 12 weeks. And that alone was something that I didn't think about too much. I was like, oh, wow, that's a crazy wait time. But I didn't realize in retrospect how much that was going to impact me having to be pregnant for another 4 weeks.
The first case involving Amber Nicole Thurman. She tried to get an abortion out of state, missed her appointment for a traffic jam, of all things, and so was prescribed a medication abortion. What happened to her?
So what we know is that Amber had complications. She went to the hospital and doctors waited 20 hours to provide a D&C. They talked about it multiple times. They monitored her as her blood pressure fell, her organs began failing, and ultimately when they did intervene, it was too late to save her life. The Maternal Mortality Review Committee reviewed this case, and they agreed that it was preventable, and they said that the largest impact was the delay in receiving a D&C procedure. They said that there was a good chance if doctors had done it sooner that her life could have been saved.
Why did the doctors delay?
We don't know what was going through the doctors' heads, and the hospitals did not respond to requests for comment.
The second case involved a woman named Candy Miller. She avoided doctors. She navigated a medication abortion on her own. Do we know why she didn't go to a doctor?
Well, one of the first things that's important to know about this case is that Candy Miller, who was a 41-year-old mother of 3, had a lot of medical complications. She had diabetes, lupus, and hypertension, and her doctors actually told her that it would be dangerous for her to go through another pregnancy and may even threaten her life. And these abortion exceptions do not have any kind of exception that addresses this situation. They're really limited to emergencies, not situations where a patient's condition may become an emergency later. So because abortion was outlawed, her family says she ordered pills online from overseas and took them at home. Again, these pills, they can cause complications, and patients should go to the hospital if that happens. From what we know, she did experience some pain. The abortion didn't complete according to an autopsy, and her family's understanding was that abortion was outlawed and people could go to jail for having an abortion. That's not clear from Georgia law. Courts have ruled that women cannot be prosecuted for their own abortion, but there's been a lot of confusion around this. And Candy was found with fentanyl and other medicines in her system. It's not clear why she took them or where she got them.
It has been 2 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and I'm not going to lie to you, things have gotten pretty dark since then. We have 21 states with some form of abortion ban in effect and 14 states with total abortion bans in effect right now. We are hearing so much bad news all the time. It feels like it's easy to become desensitized to it, but I need you to stick with this for a second. 1 in every 3 women plus non-binary and trans people live in a state with some form of abortion ban in effect. 14% of people have to travel over 200 miles to receive abortion care. Even in states where abortion is legal, it is becoming harder and harder to get abortion pills, which are a very common and safe way of managing your own healthcare. There are countless devastating examples of how these bans have impacted people's lives. Parents in states with abortion bans are 2 times more likely to die during pregnancy, childbirth, or following childbirth. And people who already face systemic inequality are bearing the worst brunt of these bans. The fight for reproductive rights needs all of us, and there are so many ways you can show up, like donating to an abortion fund, volunteering with your local Planned Parenthood, attending in-person pro-abortion events or rallies, or even sharing your own story. Because all of us taking action is the only way we're going to get our reproductive freedoms back.
As these women speak out, their stories reveal moments of fear, uncertainty, and unexpected consequences. What began as political belief collided with medical reality, forcing difficult questions about policy, care, and survival. These are their experiences in their own words.
She loved to sing. She loved to dance. She was a wonderful soul.
Candace Vale says her daughter Nevaeh, at 6 months pregnant, first started complaining of stomach pain and nausea. She went to the emergency room at Baptist Hospitals of Southeast Texas.
She's in a lot of pain. Her stomach's hurting her.
Candace says Nevaeh was diagnosed with strep throat and didn't ever receive an ultrasound. She was sent back home. When the pain didn't go away, she went to the emergency room at Christus St. Elizabeth, but was told her fetus still had a heartbeat and that she was fine to leave. It wasn't until her third visit to the ER that she says doctors realized something was terribly wrong, saying the fetus no longer had a heartbeat.
They were saying her blood pressure keeps dropping. She's losing blood. She was like, "Mom, I don't think I can do this." I was like, "Nevaeh," I told her, I love you. I said, "You can do this." I said, "God made us strong. You can do this."
ProPublica releasing an article this morning after an investigation into her death, finding that it took 20 hours and 3 emergency room visits to be admitted to a hospital, even though her condition was worsening. They say the doctors did 2 ultrasounds to confirm fetal demise.
And I'm hollering at them and I'm telling them to save my daughter. Just save my daughter. Do something.
Candace says she believes her daughter didn't get the care she deserved to save her life because of the state's strict abortion ban.
7 weeks ago on July 2nd, I went in for a routine prenatal appointment at 10 weeks. It was a deeply wanted pregnancy. We had a name picked out. We had sonograms on our fridge. We knew it was a girl, but at the appointment, there was no heartbeat. She had died. The moment the ultrasound stopped, I panicked. My first thought wasn't just grief, but it was fear. I blurted out, "Will I be able to have a D&C?" Because in Texas, even in a moment like that, I didn't know I would be allowed to get the care that I needed. My doctor gently said yes, because there's no heartbeat. And just like that, the most devastating news of my life had to code switch from medical counsel to navigating Texas law to determine whether and how I could safely move forward. What should have been a heartbreaking but straightforward medical procedure to prevent infection and remove the pregnancy turned into an even bigger nightmare. The medication, misoprostol, I needed to soften my cervix to have this surgery safely wasn't called in by accident that Wednesday evening. At 8 a.m., I woke up to a frantic call from my OB's office telling me I needed to get to the pharmacy immediately to get the pill. When I looked at my Walgreens app, it said the prescription was delayed and being reviewed with insurance. I panicked and immediately called. The pharmacist said they couldn't release the prescription, even for $1.65 out of pocket, because they needed more documentation to confirm it wasn't an abortion. I asked if it was because of Texas law, and the pharmacist said yes. So, on one of the hardest days of my life, it was on me to convince strangers that yes, my baby was gone, all to get access to basic, safe care that should have been mine without a fight.
HELP syndrome, severe preeclampsia or severe eclampsia, cancer, sepsis, maternal infection, organ failure, pulmonary hypertension, ectopic pregnancy, premature rupture of the membranes. I could continue to go on, but those are all reasons for medically necessary abortions, and most of them can happen after 6 weeks, so the total bans after 6 weeks kill women. They kill women, and those are all reasons why someone might need a medically necessary abortion. Not that it's any of your business or any of my business, but it definitely is a thing that occurs, and this type of rhetoric is extremely dangerous, so I hope that helped you out.
Another woman has died because of Trump's abortion ban, bringing the total to 3 women who have died in Texas that we know of. Her name was Portia Ngumazi, and she was an incredibly intelligent and hardworking person who had an MBA and worked as a finance manager for a charter school. She leaves behind her husband Hope and her 2 young sons who were aged 3 and 5 at the time of her passing. When Portia was 11 weeks pregnant with a wanted pregnancy, she started to suffer from a miscarriage. She went to the hospital where she bled for over 10 hours before succumbing to hemorrhaging and blood loss. She needed a simple D&C, which is just removing leftover fetal tissue from the uterus, which allows it to clamp and stop the bleeding. But doctors were too scared to give her one for fear of prosecution under Texas's very vague abortion laws. Multiple doctors who've reviewed Portia's case agree that her death was preventable and she would still be here if she got a D&C. Women in this country are dying because they cannot access life-saving reproductive health care due to barbaric abortion bans. This is what happens when men who don't have medical degrees and have no idea what a uterus is or does makes laws regulating them.
So I'm going to share the story with you of a woman named Amy. She's from Louisville, Kentucky, and she didn't want an abortion. She had a completely normal pregnancy up until her 20-week mark. She went for her 20-week ultrasound. Your 20-week ultrasound is easily one of the most important ultrasounds you will have because it is your anatomy scan. Your anatomy scan is the ultrasound where they check your baby to make sure that the baby is growing properly, not missing any body parts, not missing any major organs. They check the heart function, the brain, things like that. Very important. She went for her 20-week ultrasound for her pregnancy that she did not want to terminate. This was a wanted pregnancy. And she found out that her baby had a fetal anomaly. And this fetal anomaly that her baby specifically had caused her baby to be missing parts of his skull. And the type of fetal anomaly that is immediately makes the pregnancy non-viable, meaning no matter what they do, no matter how they do it, the baby will not survive. And due to Kentucky's restrictive abortion laws, she was not able to receive proper medical care in the state of Kentucky because her baby still had a heartbeat. He was missing parts of his skull. She was told he wouldn't live for more than a few minutes out of the womb. But she could not receive proper medical care to get a medical abortion to end her baby's suffering because he still had a heartbeat. She had to travel 400 miles out of the state of Kentucky, where she ended up having to be induced and have an emergency C-section. She gave birth and her baby died 2 minutes later. Restricting abortion access does not only affect people who want abortions. This woman had a completely normal pregnancy up until her 20-week mark and then was receiving devastating news that her baby would not survive. And then to give her baby the proper care that it needed, she had to go 400 miles out of the state. And she still was not able to get a medical abortion. She had to get an emergency C-section where she still had to go through the entire process of birth just to take home no baby. Just to sit there and hold her baby for 2 short minutes before he died. Abortion can't just be about the issue of being pro-life, because when the life was non-viable, why did we not direct our attention to giving the mother proper care?
But men are 100% responsible for pregnancy. Yes, gentlemen, that's right. Women are only fertile 2 days, actually 24 hours a month, in a 6 or 7 day window. Men are fertile 100% of the time. So it's time for men in this chamber and the ones across that hall and all across the state of South Carolina to take some ejaculation responsibility. I don't mean that joke of that amendment about child support at conception as responsibility. That is about as funny as getting child support paid now. Just last year, DSS had to fight to collect over $202 million in child support. Women will just be left to do it all once again because of that 100% responsibility men forget about. They don't have the responsibility of carrying the baby for 9 months. They don't have the responsibility of raising a toddler or a preschooler. They don't care about the preteen who is acting out in school or the teenager who needs to learn to drive, get a car, and get insurance or graduate from high school unless they want to. And you can put them in jail for rape and incest, but jailhouse salaries don't support a child and they don't give them the daddy they need just to love them.
Okay, I cannot watch one more TikTok about how women are safe and how, medical emergencies are protected. No, they are not. No, they are not. And I am somebody who died and thankfully was resuscitated because medical professionals who knew how to take care of me in the middle of a miscarriage didn't do anything because they were afraid legally about what would happen to them. And I know that for a fact because while I sat in that hospital room, in that emergency room, for almost 3 hours bleeding out, the nurse walked in and said, "I'm sorry it's taking so long. They're just not sure what to do with you." I can tell you what they should have done for me. Immediate D&C. Get all of this out because I'm literally bleeding out on this table, and not one person has come in to check on me and knows what's happening because they're too busy worrying about what legally they can do for me. So I laid there on that table. I bled out, and the doctor, in an attempt to shut me the fuck up, because I kept saying, "Excuse me, please help me. I'm in pain. I'm uncomfortable. I'm sad. I wanted that baby." He sends the nurse in to give me morphine so that I can be more comfortable while they're trying to figure out what to do with me, even though, like I said, professionally, they already knew what to do with me. She comes and gives me morphine. I'd lost so much blood, sends me into cardiac arrest. I'm dead. I then wake up with a room full of people around me freaking the fuck out because I died. So, and then to protect themselves legally again, tried to convince me after that it didn't happen. So no, I'm sorry. These laws are not protecting women with medical emergencies. I was literally in the middle of a medical emergency, and medical professionals were afraid to help me. Now you know.
The stories you've heard today show how quickly political beliefs can collide with real-life medical emergencies. For these women, the consequences were not abstract. They were personal, frightening, and life-changing. Their experiences highlight the human impact behind policies often debated from a distance. Listening to these voices helps us better understand the weight of those decisions and the lives they affect. If these stories moved you or made you think, please like, comment, subscribe, and share this video so more people can hear them. And click the video on your screen to continue exploring real stories shaping America today.
Nurses for Trump, please come on down to the front. The nurse gang has to have a word with you. I'm not letting up on you ninjas. This is like my third video. I will never forget how you motherfuckers acted during this election.
Across the country, nurses are speaking out about a growing crisis. They claim that they were used for political gain and are now watching their hard-earned degrees come under attack. In this video, you'll hear firsthand accounts from those living through what many are calling the Trump MAGA nurse betrayal. Listen closely. Their stories deserve to be heard.
Funny how they just forgot about the pandemic. Oh, we were professionals then. Wait, we were heroes. Now all of us want to be no-shows. Now we're not going to be a professional anymore. Since when did somebody taking advantage of you make you a professional? Makes you a professional victim. I just don't know why anybody's surprised by this. On TikTok, we have a whole nursing talk about this. So, hey, look, now we don't have to be professional. Somebody says, oh, that's so unprofessional. I'm not a professional.
So there's a bill right now in the States that is reclassifying nursing as not a professional degree for college students. But nursing wasn't the only profession reclassified as this. Physician's assistants, physical therapists, educators, social workers, audiologists, architects, accountants, they're all on this list of degrees that were not classified as professional by the Trump administration. Another thing I noticed is that a lot of the professions that are being reclassified are mandated reporters. And if you don't know what a mandated reporter is, basically it's a person who's legally required to report known or suspected cases of abuse or neglect to the appropriate authorities. So if you're declassifying these as real professions, essentially, and a lot of them are mandated reporters, that makes me wonder why there's a correlation there. Could be completely coincidental.
So they want to say nursing isn't a professional degree. Okay, but do they understand what that really means? If they remove that title, a lot of us can't even get federal loans for school. No loans means fewer nurses in advanced programs. Fewer nurses means the shortage gets worse. And guess who feels it first? Families, moms, patients, all the people we fight so hard to care for. It's wild to me that they want the care, but they don't want to support the people who give it. We're out here holding hands, saving lives, and missing sleep. But somehow, That's not professional.
I honestly wasn't going to say anything, but I can't help it. Can't help it. The fact that the Department of Education would essentially single out nursing and say that advanced practice nurses degrees cannot be recognized as professional degrees is absolutely insane to me. And it is so beyond dangerous. It is so dangerous. The truth is that advanced practice nursing is what has kept a lot of people in the nursing profession, because without it, a lot of nurses would have simply just left the profession that is already short, the profession that helps bridge gaps in care deserts where there's no one else. There you go. There's an advanced practice provider. And the fact that they would seriously even entertain the idea that they would not recognize these programs is insane. And as a consumer of health, people should be concerned, because the reality is that nurses will not return back to the bedside. If that is what they're hoping for, it's not going to happen.
The Department of Education just said that nursing isn't a professional degree, but veterinary medicine is.
I'm sure you guys seen that the Trump administration says that nursing's not a profession. Isn't that just great? I've been an LPN for almost 8 years, and it is one of the hardest jobs, and no one can tell me differently. I have held your loved ones' hands while they've died. I've sat with families for hours after my shift to comfort them and be there with them while their loved ones died. I have to use critical thinking, multitasking, everything that you can freaking imagine. It's physically, mentally, emotionally draining. And you're going to tell me the president and his administration says it's no longer a profession? Let's be fucking for real. Now, I don't have it the hardest at all. I'm an LPN, and I'm not going to just say just an LPN, but I'm an LPN. I work in mostly geriatrics. I now work for insurance. Yes, cakey job. I still check on members. I still care about their well-being. I get them everything that they need for their programs. I know RNs, other LPNs that work in ICUs, PACUs, NICUs, labor and delivery, everything under the sun has it a lot harder than me. But I'm not just talking about me. I am talking for all the nurses out there. This is a fucking disgrace. One day, a couple years ago, we're healthcare heroes. We're the backbone of healthcare. Oh my God, what would we do without the nurses? Oh my God, praise you, praise you. Oh my God, you're amazing. And now we're just, what, gum on the bottom of the shoe? You're not going to support us. You're not going to give us loans. You're not going to give us grants to further our education. I'm sick to my fucking stomach over this. And the nurses that follow me, the nurses that I follow, the nurses out there, I know that you all have to feel the same. Nurses literally make this world go round. We stand together. We support each other. We help in every area of healthcare. There is not an area of healthcare that doesn't have some type of nursing. I don't know how anyone can support this decision. I'm not huge into politics. I don't know the ins and out of everything. But just by reading a little bit and just saying that you're not going to support nurses, to support people that want to go to nursing school, that want to better themselves, that want to fucking help people, this is honestly just a disgrace, and I'm pissed off, and I'm done ranting for the night. Good night.
Trump, you are on my last nerve, and I have been a fan from the beginning. I was all for MAGA, whatever the fuck. Make America great again, right? Can't make America great if you ain't got nurses, right? Because apparently they're not professionals now, right? Apparently they have not made the Trump administration list for professional jobs. They left nurses off. I don't know if that was a mistake, but I know they got a proofreader somewhere doing their job. So what do you mean nurses are not professionals? People that are saving lives. Are you kidding me right now? Nurses are literally the branches of doctors. And you're not just talking about like nurses. We're talking like, it's talking like nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, and up. Medical doctors. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I'm a Trump supporter and a nurse, but what he just passed, we need to talk about. Before anybody comes for me, I'm not here to argue politics. I'm here because nurses deserve the truth. Under the new Department of Education rule, tied to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, graduate nursing programs are no longer classified as professional degrees. So for anyone who doesn't understand why this matters, MP school, CRNAs, nurse educators, just to name a few, it costs way more than the basic master's degree. This makes it much harder for nurses to go back to school. Yes, I know what supporters are saying. It's about limiting debt. It's about pressuring schools to lower tuition. It's about old legal definition. Here's my take first as a nurse. We make it harder for nurses to advance. Fewer MPs, fewer educators, fewer staff, fewer people advocating Guess who feels it first? Us. Us on the floor. Us on the floor was like 7 patients. So I'm asking you, nurse, patient, caregiver, what does this mean to you? Does this help or hurt healthcare?
So now they want to start saying nursing degrees aren't a professional degree. But we all know this is based off of once certain demographics started receiving them and started thriving off of them. But hey, they're not ready for that conversation, right?
As a nurse who worked during COVID, you're heroes. Thank you for all the hard work you did for taking care of our grandparents and keeping them alive and putting yourself at risk and not being able to see your family. And now we're not professionals. Now we don't matter? Oh, okay. Okay. Now you're not going to give out student loans to us anymore? Get ready for a huge dip in people who go into nursing. Get ready to not have people take care of your grandparents, because that's what's going to happen. And the people who do take care of your grandparents are going to be overworked and underpaid.
Cardinal rule number 1, don't fuck with the nurses. Like, anybody that works in healthcare knows that. And this whole nurses not being labeled as a professional degree anymore, or messing with their ability to get student loans for graduate degrees, like, it's not going to end well. It's not going to. Healthcare is already on the bridge of collapse. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare. So anything to piss off the nursing staff, let's just not do.
A professional degree is one where the program includes all the requirements for licensure. When you graduate, once marked non-professional, require additional qualifications. Not you making excuses as to why nursing degrees are considered non-professional and thus deserve less loan support just because they might require additional training after school. Because newsflash, so do doctors and pharmacists, some dentists, and lawyers. This is why they like you uneducated, because you just believe the shit they tell you and are much easier to control. Meanwhile, higher education, including nursing, will be much harder to access, making the nursing shortage worse, worsening our healthcare crisis. Where is your critical thinking?
So this video is for the MAGA nurses, the prejudiced nurses, the racist nurses, the nurses that voted for Donald Trump. Now he done got up there and said that nursing is not a profession, making it seem like that everything that you do means nothing, little to nothing to him. So let me ask you this. How does that make you feel? Are you going to defend him? Are you oblivious? Or is your common sense going to finally kick in and see that he does not care about you as well? But for some odd reason, I still feel like y'all are going to find y'all way to defend this man. But I hope and pray that each and every one of you get what you deserve for voting for him.
The Department of Education recently made one of the dumbest decisions ever regarding healthcare. They decided that nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, occupational therapists, and physical therapists, among others, are no longer considered professional degrees. Not only is this extremely insulting to some of the most integral healthcare providers that we have, but will also likely impact staffing of these types of practitioners. We're currently facing an extreme nursing shortage, and it's only going to get worse over the next several years. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this, but one big one is burnout. Surveys show that 4 in 5 nurses face extreme stress while at work. And this has only been made worse after the pandemic, where you get stupid people who don't respect them and will even assault nurses.
From revoked credentials to sudden policy shifts, many nurses say the impacts are hitting harder than anyone expected. Their voices reveal frustration, uncertainty, and a fight to protect the careers they dedicated their lives to. These are their stories, in their own words.
Why is this happening, you ask? This declassification is about student loan caps. By doing this, professional degrees will have a higher cap than those that are not classified as professional. Why is this happening, do you ask? Well, let's see. Current federal loan standards, if you're on an income-based repayment, allow for full forgiveness after 25 years. Let's take 10 doctors and let's take 10 nurses and let's see who's going to pay off their federal student loans prior to the 25-year mark. That's right, friends. The federal government is going bankrupt because they are providing you all with free education after 25 years. We like you. We really like you. The federal government just can't afford to continue to forgive large balances. 40% more doctors than nurses pay off their student loans in 8 years. It's not personal, it's business.
Nurses and teachers are no longer considered professionals, according to Trump's Department of Education, along with physician assistants, physical therapists, nurse practitioners, audiologists, architects, accountants, other education degrees, social workers, other mental health degrees, and a number of other healthcare professions. And this is all to drive people towards private student loans. Because without that professional classification, well, it caps the amount of federal student aid that one can receive from the government at $20,500. If you have that professional classification, well, that's now capped at $50,000. Professional classifications include doctors and lawyers. Degrees that routinely cost $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 are capped at $50,000 in federal student aid. The other ones are between $40,000 and $80,000 routinely, and is now capped at $20,000. This is all to drive individuals towards those predatory private student loan companies ran by private equity firms. So while the government's going to make all of us that may be pursuing an advanced degree or a degree in general poorer, they're doing so to enrich companies that are already worth billions and billions of dollars.
A professional would never say, "Quiet, piggy. Get your pussy lip neck out of my face trying to tell me my job's professional or not." I would never say that. A professional would never say that.
So just like that, I guess the Trump administration says that myself included as a professional counselor in the state of Colorado are no longer professionals. Along with, physicians assistants, nurses, physical therapists, audiologists, architects, accountants, educators and teachers, social workers, which falls in line with me, and any public health degree. And what's funny about it is that there's so many nurses I know. It's it has to be some sort of thing about girls from my high school or being girls from high school in general that become nurses. And they're all pick-me's and they all voted for Trump because of the fucking stupid guys that they date or marry or whatever. And now their degree isn't recognized. And that is I hope, look around and find out. I don't know.
How are all the MAGA nurses doing today? All the mean girl nurses, how are you guys doing now that your dream of becoming a nurse practitioner is being crushed? Now that woman-dominated fields are being ripped away as professional degrees. Are we learning anything? Too bad it's too late.
About a year ago, maybe more than a year ago, let's say a year and a half ago, on my big main account with all the followers I had made a video. I just got off my shift and they needed help. So they called me down and asked if I would do some intake in a different department. And I said, sure, why not? Overtime's overtime. Great. So I went down, I was helping them do intake, and I had a red hat. And I had a conversation with this red hat that I tried not to have. I asked him several times, can we just focus on your intake? I don't want to talk about my military service or your hat or anything. He saw veteran on my badge. And then he proceeded to say, oh, you just white. Trump's going to get all these illegals out of your hospitals and make life so much easier for nurses. He loves our nurses. And I just got sick. And that video went mad viral. And I got called a horrible nurse. I got called all these things. And MAGA nurses came after me. And it was just fucking stupid. But I have a question for the MAGA nurse crowd now. Are you guys happy to know that you're no longer listed as professionals? Trump just shit on every single one of us in the nursing profession, and you're out here more Trump, give me more. What the fuck is wrong with you nurses? How could a nurse be MAGA? And if you see a MAGA nurse, you better fucking ask for another nurse, okay? Know that you have that right. You have that right to request a non-cycle fucking nurse, okay? You have that right as a patient. I just want to know how all these MAGA nurses are doing now, you non-professionals. I guess your aspirations being a nurse practitioner are fucking gone. Are we great yet? Toodaloo.
So to all of my nurses out there, next time you go into work, I want you to think you're a MAGA nurse. Thank them for losing status as a professional in the eyes of Trump's Department of Education and never being able to afford an advanced degree or go to PA school, CRNA school. Think your local MAGA nurse. Thank them.
A new set of regulations tucked into the Trump administration's big, beautiful bill removes nursing from a list of professional degrees. The change, which would take effect in July, caps their student loan borrowing options. Critics warn that move could shrink an already strained nursing workforce. You'd know that if you visited a hospital anytime in the past few years. And it could potentially leave patients at risk. And as you might imagine, nurses are not happy. Joining us, the president of the American Nurses Association, Jennifer Mensick Kennedy. Thank you so much for joining us. Explain to me exactly what it means to take away the categorization of a professional degree.
No, absolutely, and thank you for having us. This is really important because it's not semantics. So when we reclassify nursing, now, to be clear, we were never completely explicitly included in the definition, but we were included in that loan limit. And so as that committee came back, they decided to explicitly exclude nursing, even though we meet that definition from an advanced practice perspective. And so the downhill side effects of this could be even larger, as this definition could be adopted in other areas and other departments. This is going to stop nurses, those who are going for advanced practice degrees, nurse practitioners, nurse faculty, certified registered nurse, anesthesiologist, from being able to borrow what they need to borrow to go to school. That's devastating.
How dare Trump ever say that nurses are not professional? Do you think that Trump would be able to get through nursing school? No. There's no way. Okay, so you're someone who voted for Trump. That sucks. Because you don't support me as a person, number one. And that bothers me. Number two, you don't support my family. Number three, you voted for a man who is not going to take care of your parents.
Trump has removed nursing, teaching, accounting, and other women-led careers from the professionals list. And many of the people in these fields voted for this. Literally voted for a man who said he would restructure degrees in his One Big Beautiful Bill in 2025. And these same women are, instead of taking accountability and saying, oops, we made a mistake, are denying it and making excuses for him. They're literally screaming that it's a Democratic hoax. They don't believe it's real, even though he said it would happen. Newsflash, it's policy, and it's real. And we've seen this cycle a million times over. Vote for the oppressor, get oppressed, then excuse the oppressor and blame the people who warned you. And y'all will still bow down and kiss this man's ring. He literally said he was going to do this. He didn't whisper it. He didn't hide it. He shouted it like fireworks. So I just want to know how the MAGA nurses are feeling. Because you were not misled. So don't even try to claim that as an excuse.
So a lot of people have a lot of different theories. One of the theories is that they're targeting women. And in this portion of healthcare, there is a lot of women. Another theory is that they're targeting people of color, because this is a lot of way that people of color are able to rise themselves up into different, economic standards. My theory is not just that, but I have an additional theory, I should say, because I do kind of believe that that's what's going on as well, especially them trying to hold back women from having lucrative careers, because in nursing, especially advanced practice nursing, majority of those people are women. It also may affect insurance coming down the pipe. Now, this is not something that they've talked about, but we already know how insurance companies have gotten so particular about you have to have this in order to get this and this and that. What if the insurance companies start to say, well, we're not going to pay for that visit, or we're not going to pay as much for that visit because you weren't seen by a, quote, licensed medical professional, because you're being seen by a NP or a PA.
So the Department of Education announced that nursing is no longer considered a professional degree, which is kind of ironic considering that the people who are making these decisions are old people who are soon to be going to be screaming for their nurse to change their bedpan. But I digress. And as someone who's a nurse, I want to go over some things that make nursing very unprofessional, because it makes a lot of sense. Number one, as nurses, we save lives, and that is so overrated. Like, who cares anymore that you dedicate your entire career to saving people's lives? It's not like if we all quit our jobs, the entire healthcare system wouldn't collapse on itself, because it definitely would. And number two, we don't just save people's lives, we keep people alive. But I saw on the list that they consider chiropractics professional, but not nursing. So honestly, in the ICU, just fire all of those ICU nurses. They're just a waste of money. Just put chiropractors in there and just have them adjust every patient. And then all of a sudden, I bet they'll get better patient outcomes than whatever we could do,
Nurses for Trump, please come on down to the front. The nurse gang has to have a word with you. I'm not letting up on you ninjas. This is like my third video. I will never forget how you motherfuckers acted during this election. I'm never going to forget it. The amount of you that harassed me every time I posted about Kamala, the amount of you that were so delusional, you really thought this man was going to look out for working class women. I know you couldn't have predicted it was going to be this bad, but you didn't take the time to do your research. You didn't read Project 2025. Oh, because it's coming out one by one. You're doing everything you said. Your hate for black women is the reason why we're all fucked right now. You voted against your own interests. Now he's personally coming for the profession of nursing. And you guys play games with this. Now we're going to have to fight. The rest of us who got sense, we're going to have to fight now and hope we can get nursing out of this jam. Marjorie Taylor Greene, come on down. Yeah. Now you resigning. You afraid. Your hate for a black woman was so deep. How you disrespected Jasmine. You disrespected Kamala. Went hard for Trump when Kamala told you he only cared about himself and was coming after all his enemies. Now all you Republicans are afraid. You might not get reelected, getting death threats. Because your hatred for a black woman, now you're regretting it.
The stories you've heard today highlight a deep sense of betrayal felt by MAGA nurses who dedicated years to their education and their patients. Many now find themselves fighting to defend qualifications they worked tirelessly to earn. These first-hand accounts reveal the human impact behind shifting policies and the uncertainty facing essential workers across the country. If these voices gave you insight into what MAGA nurses are experiencing, please like, comment, subscribe, and share this video to help their stories reach more people. And click the video on your screen to continue exploring more realities shaping the lives of hard-working Americans.